Hello, and welcome back to the stream. I hope you're doing great. I hope you have a great day, evening, morning, wherever you are. It's been a while. I'm glad to be back. It's been, well, an eventful month, or not, depending on how you look at it. As you can see, we're back with a bit of a new thing. Well, ever since the release of patch, what's it? Yeah, it should be fine. 6.3 in Final Fantasy, I've been kind of doing a deep dive into that. I've been doing a lot of things that I still wanted to do, haven't really done for a long time, but those were all scenes or things that, by the way, I hope the music isn't too loud. For now, I've basically kept the settings where they are. I think it's going to be, you know, a little bit more quiet later on, so I think it's going to be fine. But checked out a little bit here and there, and I will go through why I'm playing this now, why I wanted to play it, what's my sort of history with it. As you can see, it's not the first time that I'm playing this game, but it also kind of is at the same time. And we are going to make a new character, even though I have 4 already. And I will try to... which should hopefully work, because I want to, like... Anyways, I'm going to get to that in a little bit. Just wanted to mention that, yeah, I've been in the Final Fantasy XIV treadmill, and there just wasn't really a lot that I could stream. It was just a bunch of, you know, crafting, making money, which, you know, is actually fairly fun, but it's not necessarily something it's fun for me anyways. It's not necessarily something that I wanted to necessarily stream, because I didn't feel like it was all that interesting. And there was a bunch of stuff that I needed to catch up on in my real life, so I ended up not really streaming at all. Anyways, whatever. Now I'm back, and the epic music is still going on. I don't know, it's not really... I don't think it's too loud, but I also don't really want to turn it down. It's really cool music, and I typically, you know, don't like to make games too quiet, but yeah, I hope it's fine. Anyways, why is there this awesome music going on in character creation? Well, so, this game, you know what? Can I... I did not expect this music to be here all this time. I thought it would quiet down a little bit in character creation, but anyways. It's gonna start up again, isn't it? Anyways, my history with this game is quite a long one at this point, but also not at the same time. I was very excited when they announced this originally. This has been out for quite a long time now. I think it's almost 9 years, I want to say. I think it was like 2014 or something when this released. And I was quite excited when they originally announced this, because I have been a fan of the Elder Scrolls series for a very long time. Obviously wasn't entirely, you know, satisfied with the direction that Bethesda was going for a very long time as well. Skyrim was still fine when it released. It was still a pretty big release. It was a cool game. But yeah, ever since then, they've been doing weird things and weird stuff. And I got into the whole series with Oblivion, which also happened to be my first, you know, real big RPG experience, and it kind of defined what I thought for a very long time RPGs should be, or what I liked about RPGs. Later discovered that, you know, there's also a bunch of other stuff, and it's not... Like, today I would say it's not necessarily my preferred RPG experience, but then again, it's still a very unique one, I want to say, for a lot of different reasons. But playing a lot of Oblivion, playing a lot of Skyrim when it came out, you know, the announcement of this game was very exciting for me personally. And I thought, because at that time I also wasn't playing an MMO, I had always wanted to get into one, but I never found one. You know, I had tried the Star Wars one, the Old Republic. Was okay, but not really my cup of tea for a bunch of different reasons. And I was very excited because, well, the best thing about an MMO typically is to come in at the very start, right? To come in when everybody's new, nobody knows what's going on, and so I jumped in when this released, right? I got like 2 months of playtime, and got the game, was very excited, played it, and it turned out that it was, well, honestly, just kind of boring, right? It felt like this weird cross between what the Elder Scrolls was and what an MMO was, but it felt like it was trying to appeal to both audiences at once without actually earning one side or the other, right? So it had both elements in it, but it was neither here nor there, and it meant that it was a very fractured experience, I would say, and not a very good one overall. Then they brought it to console, and they also did the whole Tamriel Unlimited, I think it was called, where they overhauled the entire game world to not be level dependent anymore, but instead it was, well, essentially what you would have expected out of a single-player Elder Scrolls game, where you can go anywhere, do anything, and you aren't really limited by either your level or, you know, area limitations or whatever, because when this originally released, it was essentially built like what you know from World of Warcraft or maybe also Final Fantasy XIV, where zones are for, you know, specific levels. And that very much didn't really... It made the whole game feel kind of formulaic in a lot of ways. So I jumped back in when that happened. Right? And I thought that it was kind of a neat idea at the beginning, but it still felt like it was lacking a lot. And over the years, I've been trying to get back into it like 2 or 3 times, which is also why I have 4 characters, because every time I, you know, started new, because it was so long since I did it, and honestly, the characters that I made never really got that far, because every time it always felt like it wasn't really what I was looking for. And then later on, when I tried to get into it the last time around, I had already started 14, and I was really, really big into that. And, well, I don't like paying monthly for anything, really, right? But I'm playing 14 so much that it's actually worth it. Like, it's probably the first and only thing for me that was ever actually worth paying a subscription for, right? I've had subscriptions like Netflix, for example, over the years from time to time, but they were never actually worth it at the end of the day when you actually, you know, calculate through what you've done, what you've watched, what you've gotten from it, right? 14 was the only one, and because I was already paying for 14 and putting a lot of time in them, I was never really keen on subscribing to another MMO. So whenever I came back to Elder Scrolls Online and started, you know, with a new character or wanting to do something new, I didn't really want to subscribe to it. And I thought one of the appeals initially to this game for me was definitely that you can play it without subscribing to it, right? But as it turns out, they do limit you fairly heavily on what you can do. I would almost compare it to what 14 does, where they let you play to level 60 with everything the game has up until that point, but going further is not possible without buying and subscribing to the game, right? It's a bit different, obviously, with Elder Scrolls Online, because you have to buy it either way, but, you know, the base game and expansions, there's a lot of sales going on, and it's not really that expensive. But that's what I wanted to do, right? I didn't want to pay for it monthly. But it turned out, especially with the game being so open, or supposedly open, which is, since I haven't really, delved that deep into it, I'm not super 100% certain on how it's going to feel now. But because of this openness and because of the idea, well, you can basically go anywhere, do what you want, follow the quest lines you were interested in. I don't know, something about it just felt weird and restrictive, right? Knowing that there are quest lines out there and there are things out there that you just cannot do because you're not subscribed to it felt off to me, right? And so I looked into, well, what if I just buy everything so that I can play it and, I don't have to care about being subscribed to it. And I would have been willing to spend a bit of money on that, right? I mean, I'm not against buying all the content of the game, but it turned out with all the weird little mini DLCs and everything, I would have had to spend up to $200, right? Which just felt dumb. Especially if you don't really know how long you're going to continue playing it, right? So, this time around, I finally decided, well, it was on sale again. I got all the DLCs and everything for $18, except the ones that you can only buy in-game, which are quite a lot actually, but you get all of them when you do subscribe to the game. So I've subscribed for a month, gonna check it out, want to see how it is, how it plays. I mean, the game plays fine, although I've obviously never gotten into more higher level stuff. Which is also a thing that I'm not necessarily only in it for it being an MMO, right? Do I want to do multiplayer stuff? Maybe eventually. Do I want to do, things with other players? Eventually, maybe. I'm more interested in the world. I'm interested in having a more casual experience. Since in 14, I'm doing a lot of hardcore endgame stuff. Oh, great. They just throw you out of the game, even though I'm in character creation. Cool. Yeah, that's gonna be a weird thing, isn't it? Because, well, even though it's a very minor thing, that's always what I enjoyed about Final Fantasy XIV is they never kick you. Well, I didn't get very far anyways. Let's just start over. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, let's see how this goes. Let's see what we can do, what will happen. And hopefully it's going to be a great experience. And I'll actually keep playing it. Which is also why I want to delete my old characters. I'm interested in the idea of having one character, potentially more in the future if I really can get into it. But, it's not going to be something that I'm going to do all the time or a game that I'll be, playing as much as I play 14. I do want to have a bit of a more casual experience with it and return to it from time to time and just do stuff that I'm interested in. And also actually play it at least to a degree like an RPG, right? I want to do things that a character might be interested in. I want to do things that, are just whatever is currently, popping up, I'll try to do and follow through. And even though, well, obviously I know a bit about the gameplay systems because I've tried it a bunch of times, but, everything that got released in the past couple of years, obviously I have no clue about, and then how it all sort of connects and comes together at the end, I also don't really know, and I don't really care, right? The whole point of this is also that, and I got a little bit inspired, I don't know if any of you watches Preach Gaming, he's currently doing a bit of an MMO deep dive, right? So he's checking out a bunch of different MMOs and multiplayer games. Besides 14, right, he's gotten into EVE Online, which I've also gone back to for like 2 weeks. Did play it a bit, and I absolutely love EVE Online, but it's if you actually want to play it, it does take a lot of time, and I just might return to it a couple of times here and there. But yeah, he's doing this deep dive. He's checking out a bunch of different MMOs. He's currently like playing Guild Wars 2, and I think he wants to start with Destiny. And so I thought, you know what? Why not, right? Especially with a game like this, where you can just come back at any time, and which is also why I want to have this more blind experience. I don't care what's optimal. I don't care, you know, what any of the endgame stuff is going to be, or any of that stuff. I purely care about my experience and doing what I'm interested in the way that I'm interested in it, right? Obviously, when it does get to like dungeon content or things that I'm going to do with other people, I will try to be mindful of not being a liability, right? Because that's not great. But yeah, we'll get to it when we're there. Anyways, let's see. I know of these 3 alliances. I know that there is like a PvP area in the game. That's what I remember anyways from back when it launched. I don't know how important these still are, or if they actually play, you know, a bigger role in what you do with your character later on, or if they influence quests in some way. No idea. So I guess I'm just gonna go with whichever one sounds the most interesting. Ebonheart Pact was forged in war when Eastern Tamriel was invaded by the Akaviri. The Nords of Skyrim, Dark Elves of Morrowind, and Free Argonians united to oppose them. The pact endured and confronts new perils as one. Okay. Aldmeri Dominion. Believing only they can counter the threat to Tamriel, the Elder races have founded the Aldmeri Dominion. High Elves, Wood Elves, and the Feline Khajiit have formed an alliance of mysticism, cunning, and ferocity. That does sound pretty interesting. Daggerfall Covenant, surrounded by enemies, the Bretons, Redguards, and Orcs of the Iliac Bay have united to form the Daggerfall Covenant. They fight to protect the people and, if possible, to save all Tamriel from the dire forces that threaten it. Alright, so Aldmeri and Daggerfall seem the most interesting to me. I know that originally I think you could only, like, depending on the race you chose, you were automatically assigned to one of these. I don't think that's the case anymore, or maybe at one point, I don't know. At least, you know, as you can see, this I haven't purchased. I think you can, but I'm not interested in the race anyways, so honestly, just purely in terms of interest, I think I'm gonna start with the Breton. And the reason for it, Breton? Is that how you pronounce it? A Breton? It's kind of how you would pronounce it, right? Anyways, that was my very, very first race that I started with when I played Oblivion originally. I know they're not necessarily the most interesting race, I guess, but there are a couple things here and there that make me very interested in them. The thing is, because of that, technically the Daggerfall Covenant would be the right thing, but the Aldmeri Dominion also sounds very good. Because one thing that I also want to do is make a very ambiguous, or not very, but certainly an ambiguous character. One that does want to save the world and, you know, help, I don't know, the downtrodden and the underdog, but at the same time also things of themselves kind of, I guess, high and mighty and capable, and also doesn't shy away from darker interests and or decisions, right? Morally gray is what I want to go for, which I feel like the Aldmeri Dominion, reading through that, is sort of a, you know, mysticism, cunning, ferocity. Yeah, those are very, very interesting descriptors, certainly. All right, in terms of races, as I said, racial skills of the Bretons reflect their affinity for the arcane, which I would be really interested in. Increasing their base magicka recovery, light armor, lines point gain, spell resistance, cost reduction of spells. Don't really know how all of that is really going to come into play. Since, as I said, I have no idea about, how the abilities work and everything. I think, right? Or I was thinking anyway, that I might want to try to build something that is maybe a bit similar to a Dark Knight from Final Fantasy XIV, right? So double-handed sword, maybe, and well, sort of the same idea as I said, right? Do help the underdog, but do so in a very kind of fucked up way. I feel like that would be a very, very interesting playstyle, if that's something that you can achieve. But the cool thing is, on the other hand, this game does work very much like the Elder Scrolls titles in that you can, more or less, do what you want. I might even be switching between different styles and weapons and stuff, if that's really possible and if it makes sense, and at the end of the day, if it's really fun, right? So I definitely want to have a bit of magic. Not, too much, maybe. Yeah, I don't really want to be an orc. Argonians would be cool, but I guess in this game they're a bit more of a healer. A Nord, strong and hardy nature, two-handed weapon use. I mean, technically for that, they would be a good choice. But they're more of a physical sort of deal, right? Dark Elf, not too interested in. High Elf, I guess this would be closest to my 14 character, being an Elzen. And they're typically sorcerers and stuff, right? But the thing is, as I mentioned, I don't really... So in 14, my main job is a summoner. And when I started 14, I chose that specifically because of the idea of playing a sorcerer type character, right? Which is also why I chose Elzen. I thought that was very fitting. So if I wanted to do that here, I would go for a High Elf, I think. It's more of a ranger type class. Khajiit are also pretty cool, but they're typically more associated with stealth. I mean, it says so here, right? I don't necessarily want to choose the race based on what I want to do, right? I do like the idea of not going with the stereotype, if you will. At least not that much. But yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with my original plan, which is a Breton, and I hope I do pronounce that right. I apologize if I don't, but a Breton? 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 I don't know. Because I feel like they're also a pretty cool mix between an arcane user, spellcaster, and physical strength. Now, as I mentioned, just going by the description, the Daggerfell Covenant would work the best, but I think I'm gonna go with the Aldmeri Dominion. And I guess I'm gonna make it like, maybe we could also be a spy, technically, right? We don't even have to be associated with them per se, but I guess I'll see where it goes. Aldmeri Dominion might be pretty cool. I don't even know what it does, right? I don't know if there's a quest line attached to that, or if it's purely character background. It could also be that it plays no role whatsoever in the actual game. But I think, so either, I don't really know at this point, but either we're a spy in the Aldmeri Dominion for the Daggerfall Covenant, or maybe we were, or maybe we defected from the Daggerfall Covenant and joined the Elmeri Dominion for some reason. Something like that. I feel like that's a pretty cool idea of a backstory for a character. All right, and then the next difficult thing. So I think originally you only had like the first 4 or something. Necromancer is definitely a new one, I think. And when I say new one, I mean new for me, right? This wasn't here the last time I started or tried to start the game. The question being, so Templar sounds a bit like a paladin type deal. Dragon Knight, I feel like, would be the most fitting for a Dark Knight type character. Masters at Arms, ancient Akaviri martial arts tradition of battle spirit, wield fearsome magic that pounds shatters and physically alters the world around them. Doesn't really fit with the Dark Knight that much, but fits with the idea of using magic and having physical strength, right? As I meant, yeah, Sorcerer doesn't really fit. Nightblade, stealth. I mean, I guess I could go with the Templar, but then use a two-handed sword. Traveling Knights call upon the powers of light and the burning sun to deal massive damage to their enemies. But the whole light and burning sun deal doesn't really fit with my idea of what I want to go with. Wardens are defenders of the green, master storytellers whose nature tales become magical reality. They wield frost spells against enemies and summon animals to aid them. Don't really want to go with a pet class either, to be honest. The whole nature stuff, meh. Masters of Death. Necromancers can call upon corpses to serve as undead thralls and weave ghastly spells to both harm and heal. I mean, if I'm totally honest, a necromancer does sound the most interesting. I don't know. It all depends on what you can do at the end with all of this, right? The one thing that's deterring me from this a bit is the whole call upon corpses to serve as undead thralls, because that's at least a bit similar to a pet class, right? Having things to help you constantly and keeping those around. But then again, I don't know what the actual skills would be. A necromancer in and of itself, considering that a Dark Knight in 14 has the ability to become undead through their invulnerability, might be a pretty cool thing. The thing is, Dragon Knight and Necromancer are the most interesting to me. Last time I tried becoming a Dragon Knight, it doesn't really fit with what I want to go with either, right? Fearsome magic that pounds, shatters, and physically alters the world around them does sound cool. Akaviri martial arts, not that much. Although, if you do want to go two-handed, Masters at Arms sounds like the correct thing. It's difficult to say without really knowing what you can do, right? And what the individual skills are. I know that at some points I think you can choose between different options, and obviously I don't have to use everything, right? This, in terms of how you level, that's another thing obviously that I know, unless they changed something about it, is that like the Elder Scrolls series, you level up what you use, right? So the abilities that you know, the abilities that you like, are the ones that are gonna be leveled up. The thing is just, if this ends up having a bunch of abilities that I'm not super interested in, that would be unfortunate, right? I don't know. Does it make sense to have a necromancer that wields dual-handed weapons or dual-handed swords? Two-handed swords? Does that make sense? It feels a bit weird, doesn't it? I'm just super interested in being a necromancer. I mean, as I mentioned, I can still, or I should, anyways, I should be able to use two-handed weapons. Ah, man, that's a really, really difficult decision. Problem is, I feel like Dragonite fits just a tiny bit better with the idea I want to go with. But Necromancer just sounds so much cooler. And it still fits, right, to a degree. It's sort of a 60-40 type deal, where 60% Dragonite, 40% Necromancer, but Necromancer sounds way cooler. And also, typically, Necromancy... Maybe since I've already done a bit of a weird backstory for the whole deal with the pact that we're in, right? With the Aldmeri Dominion, and possibly having deserted from the Daggerfall Covenant. Maybe we could say that I was a Dragonite originally, but then became a Necromancer through some weird alteration of our fortune or fate. I really, really don't want to end up with skills that I'm not really interested in that much. I guess I could say that I don't really want to use Necromancy unless nobody's really around. In terms of being a morally gray character, it does fit better, doesn't it? Ah, for fuck's sake. Let's do it. Let's do it. So we pretend to be a Dragonite, but are actually a Necromancer. Yeah, let's do that. Alright. I don't want to be thin. Don't want to be super heavy either, though. Does it? Oh yeah, it does alter your muscular structure. Can we maybe go with a bit of a... I don't like their gear, though. I hope the whole deal with showing that skin does disappear after a while. The body type, though, I don't want to make him too thin. Muscular doesn't really fit, though, right? For a more Necromancer type character, I almost want to go with sort of a middle thing here. I mean, it still looks pretty muscular, but then again, we are, you know, ancient superheroes, so... Maybe a bit like this, you know, bit sort of a bigger, heavier type of deal. Still kind of muscular, but not, you know, super over the top. Let's see, how does it look with gear? Yeah, I like it. I like it. Does it stay this way? Yeah, okay. In terms of height, I don't want to go all the way to the top, but I do typically tend to play sort of a bit taller characters. Skin tone. Let's keep it pretty. Yeah. What did it at the start? What is this? Oh, it's just straight up tattoos. I need to get rid of the facial stuff. What is this? Is this... I think this kind of scars and stuff, right? Let's do that. Torso size? It's mainly the shoulders, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's do that a bit. Bit of a bigger chest, because otherwise the sort of... I don't know, he almost stands a bit too straight for my liking. The gut size? Oh, that's a belly. Alright. Yeah, let's do sort of an in-between thing. We're a bit bigger anyways, but I feel like having a belly doesn't really make that much sense here. So let's go with this. That looks a bit weird. Yeah, let's make it sort of in the middle somewhere, should be fine. Arm size, wow, holy shit. Arms don't need to be that big. Shouldn't be too small with that much body either, but yeah. Let's go with this. Hand size can be a bit smaller. Yeah. I don't know. Something about these characters, they don't look unrealistic, but their proportions are a bit weird, aren't they? That looks weird. Also, the underwear is like, isn't it very short? What the fuck? That doesn't actually look that comfortable. Posterior dimensions? What the hell does that even mean? Oh, my ass. Slightly more than the middle. All too flat just looks unrealistic, doesn't it? Because it's weird. Nobody in reality actually looks like that, so... let's go with this. Leg size. Yeah, that can be a bit more. We're a sort of a heavier type of character, so your legs would be, you know, heavier. Bigger feet as well. Like this. Yeah. I think that looks fine. Yeah. I'm happy with that. Head type. Oh, wait. Can we get rid of the... Oh, that's a beard. Why is that... What? Why is that called adornment? Where the hell is the whole... this one. Alright. Let's get rid of that for now so that we can actually see what's happening. H. Let's go one up. Just a tiny bit more crinkly. Okay. In terms of beard, probably want to go with sort of a... This one bit, you know... Not, you know, too much beard, but why is there an eye patch with that? Or maybe this one. Isn't too bad. This almost looks a bit too... Would lazy be the word? Like too unkempt? Like you don't really care what you look like, right? This looks like you'd never really properly shave. And this almost looks too good. I think I'm gonna go with this one. You know, a bit of a shave, especially sort of around the mouth portion, but still, I would say, a bit more of a lazy beard, all things considered. Alright, let's see what we can do in terms of hair. Don't want to make it too special, nothing like that, certainly. But also maybe not too boring at the same time. These aren't really that great in terms of options, are they? Huh. They're actually quite weird. This is a Geralt type of hair. Ooh boy, these aren't great options at all, are they? I don't want to have long hair, especially when it clips into the clothes. This just looks so boring from the back. I mean, the front's kind of okay, but... I mean, this looks very basic, doesn't it? Almost a bit too... It's a bit too good looking in the front, I would say. A bit too... like he cares too much about his hair. This is a bit too short. Too short in the front. It's a bit too much. I mean, this could be fine. Nah. I think I'm gonna go with the basic one. It looks too good, in my opinion. Like I care too much about my hair. This one does too, though. Why is there not like a shorter version that at the same time looks like I don't really care? Maybe I'm gonna go with this one. I mean, I could come back to it once I've done the face, because I feel like, you know, there's a bunch of stuff that I would want to adjust. Okay, let's go with this one first. Although, no, let's go. Let's actually go with this one first, because I feel like this makes it easier to adjust what the head is supposed to look like, and then it can come back and change what it'll look like. I do want to go with a bit of a darker color, I think, but not black. Sort of brownish thing. That's pretty black. Maybe this one? It has this very weird shine to it. It doesn't really look brown. It almost looks like a very, like incredibly dark blonde, to be honest. Obviously it isn't, but it's just sort of the shine. Although it might be because we're standing in a room that's gray, and that's kind of reflecting in the hair. I don't know. This is even brighter. This is even more gray. This looks more like somebody who had brown hair, and then now it already has a bit of gray in it, right? But yeah, it might be the surroundings. I don't know. And then we're already getting into the brighter colors. And this is more red. Start with this one. Start with that one. Okay, any head marking that I actually want to have? I don't think that I want to go with the scar, because I feel like a necromancer would, you know, be capable of keeping things away from himself for the most part. Yeah, let's go without that stuff. Okay, let's definitely decrease that slope as much as possible, I feel like. Although, this option also doesn't really look that perfect. Because it almost looks like it has too much of an edge. Like your forehead is just going straight up, and then it's doing sort of a... it's going back at an angle, right? That's still fine. Cheekbones can be a bit smaller. Let's do that. Jaw can be a bit smaller as well. I don't want to have that big of a face. Put the chin up a bit higher. I think I'm gonna go with the sort of a little bit inspired by the real me, just in terms of basic proportions, but obviously still different. And in other ways, it just fits within the game, I think. Let's make that a bit smaller. Oh boy. Neck. Let's get a bit more neck, but not too much. I mean, I'm not a bodybuilder or anything. Yeah, that looks about fine. Let's do this. That's how much they go outward, right? They already look pretty, like, outward going either way. Flare? What the fuck? Okay. I don't think I've ever really seen that option in any character creator. Okay, that looks weird. Let's just keep it like that. Alright, alright. I do have to say, this character creation is a bit weird in that it has some really, really intricate options, but then in other parts, it has options that aren't as... that are fairly basic, or things that you cannot adjust, which is interesting. Okay.
Yeah! Yeah!
God, I just want to be there in the studio when they record these lines, right? I mean, this sounds like a bit of a younger voice, which I like. At the same time, a bit too innocent, maybe. I think this fits more. I like the laughing. That sounded like an evil necromancer. These are actually quite vibrant for eye color. That's too green. Sort of a gray blue, gray green. It's a bit too gray for my liking. They're either too colorful or too gray. Never really strikes the balance in the middle there. This is a bit too dark. It's more of a bluish gray, though. I think this is less blue, is it? Yeah. God, this is difficult. I think this is supposed to be more of a brownish gray, but in this particular case, I think I'm gonna go with it. Because I feel like it's best gray. And I do want to have more gray than green in there. I would like to have a greenish gray. Yeah, this is fine. It's fine. Ever so slightly larger, maybe, yeah. bit like that. Separate them a bit more as well. They look very much in the middle, anyways. A lot higher, yeah. That looks good. Oh god, that looks weird. Squin, yeah. Perfect. A bit more bushy eyebrows. That's a bit too much. I like this. Or this one. They're a bit too round. Although maybe we can adjust that. Oh. Can do that too, okay. See, this is a very sort of niche option, isn't it? So I feel like for some reason they have a couple of these very niche things, but then in other parts I would like, for example, I would like to make them less round, but I don't think that's possible. I would have to use another shape for that. So maybe I'll take these ones. I mean, obviously they're still round, but you know what I mean? They don't have, like, they don't really look like this. I feel like they look a little bit less, what's the word? Bit less perfect, right? Almost like they've maybe a bit, you know, faded away a bit at the edges or something, right? They're not like super, the color isn't there anymore. They're at the edges or something. Just a bit different. And pull them down. Yeah, that looks cool. Keep the skew as is. So this would be the middle, right? And the depth. Depth, I think I can get a bit more because I pulled the... what's it called? The forehead to the front a bit more. Okay, let's bring it up ever so slightly. Get a bit more narrow. Don't want to have like a super big nose. Bit like that. Still looks a bit too big, honestly. See, in terms of nose, I think they could have a couple more adjustments there. Yeah, I think that's better, actually. Pull up the mouth a bit. Like this. Oh god. Just keep that in the middle. A little bit less in terms of the lips. Honestly, I'm happier than I thought I would be with this face. Looks pretty good. I like it. Maybe I'm even keeping the head. I don't know, it's just a bit too short. If it had, you know, a bit more sort of fullness at the front specifically. I really, really like the back, but the front stuff of the hair should be more. I wonder if you can unlock different hairstyles in this game. I think I saw a section, because I was just checking it out, right? I was just looking at the different things that you can buy, and I don't really want to buy stuff. One thing that this game does that I think is really weird for some reason is if you subscribe to the game, And I think, well, this probably kind of goes back to the fact that they introduced this pay-to-play option, but kept the subscription around, right? So I think they wanted to incentivize subbing to the game a bit more, which is why with your subscription, not only do they give you access to everything, you know, to all the content of the game, but they also give you money, essentially, like crowns, they're called in this game, for the in-game store every month. So essentially, you're getting your subscription money's worth in crowns for the in-game store, which is pretty shit for me because I don't like purchasing stuff in in-game stores. But now I have these crowns, I need to buy something with them. The weirdest part about all of this is that they actually allow you to buy the like additional content, the deals, like these mini DLCs. So I tried looking into it. I'm still not 100% sure if I've understood everything or looked at everything because I didn't really spend too much time on it. But it looks like there's two different types of content, if you will, aside from like minor microtransactions that every game has, like, you know, small outfits and stuff. Or mounts, right? So that's your normal microtransaction that every, you know, game nowadays has, and MMO specifically with being able to buy mounts, right? This game obviously has that too. But aside from that, otherwise, most games, and especially coming from 14, have expansions, right? So big content drops, big DLCs essentially that you can buy that cost money in addition to a possible monthly fee, right? This game has that too. The latest one being High Isle, I think. And apparently there's another one releasing at the end of March or May, something like that. But there's actually a thing in between, like smaller DLCs, and I don't really know what they are. I think they sometimes are additional areas, definitely additional quest lines. I don't know much more than that. And so the weird thing is, you can buy the expansions, or you can buy the latest expansion. It'll come with all the expansions that came before it, right? And you can play all those and their content without subscribing. You won't, however, have access to those small DLCs, which is why I said earlier, if you want to buy those too, and I think you can only buy them on the in-game store, which probably also is a lot more difficult to sort of get sales on that stuff, right? That's going to cost you a lot to unlock all of them because there's like 40 or 30, a lot, right? But if you subscribe to the game, you have access to them as long as you're subscribed. Cool. Now to the weird thing. You can, however, right? You can buy these small DLCs with the in-game crowns in the in-game store, even if you're subscribed. So you can use the stuff that you get monthly for subscribing to then buy the things that you have access to anyways, so that you don't lose access to them once you're not subscribed anymore, which is a very, very, very strange concept to me, right? It's not necessarily a bad one. I'm not criticizing it. I just find it strange and very unintuitive, right? That would be like subscribing to Netflix, and then Netflix would basically give you $10 a month to buy movies that you would have access to anyways, to have permanent access to them even if you don't subscribe to Netflix anymore. Which, you know, if that would be a thing, maybe I would even resubscribe to Netflix. Like, I'm not, it could be cool. You know, if you really like something, you can have permanent access to it. I don't know, something about it just, it's just unintuitive and it's just kind of weird overall. So, yeah, the whole thing with the in-game store, I think, is going to be very, very different and difficult for me in particular to go through, because every fiber of my being screams that I don't want to buy anything from it, but I get the crowns anyways, right? So, And funny thing is, I also have a mount from the in-game store, because back when they only released this game on PC originally, right? As I mentioned, I bought it there, and then at some point they brought it to console. And the cool thing was, there was an upgrade edition for it. I think it was $10, might have been 15, that you could buy on console only if you already owned the PC version, right? And if you bought that, you got like, I don't know, 3,000 crowns or something. It was actually quite a lot on the in-game store as well, right? And I didn't know what to do with it, and so I bought them out. So yeah, maybe I'm gonna do that anyways, although, well, here's the thing, right? I don't like buying things like mounts or outfits or hairstyles or whatever in an in-game store, because I don't want to use that stuff, right? Because that makes me look like I'm actually buying things on the in-game store. I'm gonna use the mount, probably, because it does look cool, but it is such a weird thing. Anyways, okay, now that I've done the face, let's go through the hairstyles once more. I don't know. I'm not against this one, but once again, I want to have more of a hairstyle that looks like I don't really care too much about what my hair looks like, and this just looks too intricate for that. And this is just a tiny bit too short. Although, the more I look at it, the more I actually like it. And we're probably gonna go wear a helmet for a long time anyways. Yeah, this just looks too good, right? This, actually somewhat even though it doesn't really look all that similar, it reminds me of that one character from Game of Thrones that everybody hated at the start and then loved at the end. Oh, it's been a long time since I've watched Game of Thrones. The one who was fucking his sister, right? You know who I mean. He had a very similar hairstyle. Like, too much of a pretty boy, essentially. And this just looks kind of boring. This looks too straight edge. You know what? I think I'm gonna go with a short one. Even though it's not that interesting, even though it's too short at the front, I think I'll take this. Yeah. All right. Well then, that's our Dark Knight Deserter Necromancer thingy. Cool. I really, really hope we can find better gear, because this just looks dumb. Not necessarily bad, just not that great. But yeah, looking at it without the gear, I think it looks pretty natural. It doesn't look too bad. Overall, like an actual human. Breton, sorry. Okay, hopefully this works, because otherwise I'm gonna be screwed. Let's see. Done. So I find this really strange. I don't know how this game handles names. Maybe you can just have double names, apparently. But I even have a character that has the exact same name, which I find strange. So, the whole deal with the tutorial. The one thing that I still know is that this game does have sort of a quote-unquote main story, which was pretty bad originally, because not because of the story itself, but because the way it was paced. Because originally, back when the game still had, you know, back when it was still dependent on levels, what content you could access, the main story only ever appeared like every 5 levels or something. So you would play for hours on end without progressing it, especially because it was also at a completely different location every time. And so it felt very disjointed and overall not that interesting. And the tutorial, as far as I know, still starts you in that storyline, essentially. But I also don't want to skip it because I do want to re-familiarize myself with the game. And I also don't really know whether or not, even if I do skip it, the main story will still be there and appear. So let's just do it. And, I mean, yeah. Oh, fuck. All right. Well, that's bad. So they only tell you once you... because I thought that... Oh, shit. Can I save my appearance data? Is there a way to do that? Lock value back. So I'd have to delete my character that already has this name, right? Or I'm going to come up with another name. Okay, let me do a very quick check. Oops. There is no way to save your appearance data? Are you fucking for real? Oh my god. How have they not added that? So apparently there are like stuff or things that you could buy. What the fuck? How can a game not allow you to play around with the character creation and then save that? Are you fucking for real? Oh my god. What the hell? So lock value just means that I cannot change it anymore, right? Interesting. So if I go back, all of this will be lost, correct? Or will it display that for me again? But probably not if I log into one of my characters, delete them to, what the hell? I don't want to make a screenshot of all of these sliders. Are you fucking kidding me? That's even a question on their own website. What the hell? Really? You would think that that's like super easy to do, right? I guess I could name change later on. That way I would have a way to spend the crowns. It's completely silly to do that for a name change. Character name change? 2,500 crowns? Are you kidding me? Holy shit. Oh my god, are you kidding me? I guess that's sort of what you would pay for it in another game, which is, by the way, completely ridiculous to me that anybody would ever change their character name in any online game ever, right? I get the idea that maybe you can be not satisfied with it anymore, but paying to do that? Yeah, no. Definitely not. I guess I'm just gonna come up with a different, like, surname for my character then. Because I do still want to be called Marcus, actual name. Well, that being said, Percival isn't really an Elder Scrolls name to begin with, but... Fucking hell. I could just add an, like... That kind of looks bad, doesn't it? Percival. Maybe something like that? It is just a bit dumb considering that I have the character anyways, right? Fuck, I should have... The problem is, I specifically looked into this, right? I was a bit weirded out by it, but I clicked done when I tried it, and it worked. And I thought, oh, great. Well, then we can just create another character with the same name, I guess. Because the, you know, tutorial question pops up after that. Oh, hell no. I'm so happy with my character as well. The problem is also these frickin' sliders here, right? Because there's only ever like 4 or 5 of them on screen at the same time. So it's kind of impossible for me to make screenshots that would take, well, at least 10 screenshots or something. And even then, I'm not entirely certain that it would fit. Oh, for fuck's sake. This took me an hour to do. I mean, I don't think it would be too difficult to get him back, right? Okay, I'm gonna do it. Kept it. Great. It's the same guy. Okay, so let's go back. Delete this character. You can delete 3 more characters? Wait. Enter delete below and submit. Alright. By the way, I've already put all the items that were on this character onto the bank, so don't worry about that. Alright. Cool. Alright, so it kept everything that I just added around. That's pretty cool. Let's just double check, but it should be the same character, right? It looks like the one that I just created, yeah. Oh, perfect. Cool. Well, that was lucky then. Okay. Let's go with the name before anybody takes it. Well, I kind of got lucky on that. At least I had the foresight to already prepare the other character for being deleted. Isle of Balfiera.
You're awake.
Oh.
Thank the stars.
Wait, this is definitely different than the previous tutorial. Okay, well now I'm glad that I didn't skip it. And, Elder Scrolls typical, we are in a prison cell. And, oh, as always, let's go into the options. I don't want to turn down the music, but why is it constantly... Oh, it's already turned down. Why is it so epic all the time? Well, I can turn it back up. If it turns out that, you know, it's too low or something. The one thing that I do wanted to check is house tracker. What is that? Enabling this option will show the house tracker while you are in player house. Well, yeah, sure. Displays the quest tracker on the right side of the heads-up display. Shows icons for quest givers. I want to turn this off. I want to discover quests naturally. Compass active quests. Controls the display of active quests. I'm gonna leave that on though. Because I think at some point I tried it with off and the quests just aren't really designed for it. So it felt weird. Controls the display of companions on the compass. That makes sense being on. Displays an indicator when the chargeable weapon is fully depleted. No poisons are there, that makes sense. It's fully damaged, that also makes sense. Displays a chat bubble above a player's head when they are speaking. Yeah, sure. How quickly a chat bubble will fade. Wait, is it more quickly on the right, or... Displays a chat bubble only for players that are in any of your guilds in your contact list, or... that's fine. Dialogue bubble for yourself when you speak, sure. I basically just wanted to turn off the quest giver icons. Alright. And I hope that the rest of the stuff is fine so far. I don't know why it shows something here. We got a mail. Menu allows you to send and receive in-game mail. You have a limited number of mail slots. Delete messages that you no longer need. Quest sender. Invitation to Morrowind. Invites you to come to the Isle of Wild and Fel Morrowind to meet Lord Vivek. You can find Canon Levu outside the town of Seyda-Neen. Why do we have that as a mail? That feels weird. Also, another thing that I'm still not 100% on is whether or not I want to play in first or third person. It is Elder Scrolls, so first person should be the correct choice. I don't know if I want to stick to it. One thing that I definitely need to turn off is the weird character bubble. Would that be under camera? Invert. Adjust the magnitude of screen shake from various in-game sources. First person FOV. First person head bob. Yeah, I think we'll turn that off because that looked very weird. The biggest issue with the head bob, I don't really have an issue with any sort of camera movement per se. The problem is though, every time you kind of turn and then stop, it does this, like it ever so slightly tilts the camera for a second, and that's for some reason like a very unsettling effect. I don't know who came up with that. This looks fucking beautiful though. I don't know what's going on with the pixelated PNG background, but the rest of it looks pretty cool. Alright, where the hell are we? Who the hell are you?
There you are, on your feet. I know magical translocation can really upset the stomach, Just take a moment and get your bearings, all right?
Magical translocation? Why would I be translocated but end up in a prison cell? How does that happen? Also, you look quite beautiful. Huh. Weird. By the way, I'm actually quite annoyed that this game has fucking full voice acting and 14 does not. I know there are different philosophies behind it, and obviously, considering all the content that's in 14, I guess I can't really complain about the lack of content or something, or polish. But, oh man, would I love full voice acted, at least main story quests in 14. Anyways, where am I?
The Isle of Bolfiera, home of Clan Berini. I apologize for the cramped accommodations. We pride ourselves on courtesy, but circumstances here have taken a turn for the bizarre. I needed to make sure you weren't a danger to yourself or others.
Ooh, wait, was I a danger to myself or others at some point? That sounds pretty interesting, not gonna lie. Clan Berini. Well, can you let me out?
You might not be so eager to escape once you hear what's going on. You arrive via a portal, along with a Daetric beast called Shayazel. It seized control of our golems and unleashed them on the island. If I free you, will you help me stop Shayazel?
I guess so. I like how it just gives me the option to say, yes, set me free and I'll help. I know absolutely nothing about the Shayazel. No idea what's going on, but sure, I'll help. I do remember this being a bit of an issue, right? Compared to the single-player Elder Scrolls games, this game gives you significantly less options in terms of how to interact with other characters and, influence dialogue trees and whatever. Which I don't necessarily have a problem with. It's just, yeah, it's a bit, it's not that immersive in situations like this where, we just come up to her, we have no idea what's going on, but we immediately say yes to what's being suggested, right? Yeah, but sure. I mean, no idea how a Daedric beast that I traveled with seized control of your golems. Well, that's help though.
Wise choice. Just give me a moment.
Well,
there.
That was my only choice,
That
wasn't
should
it?
unlock the door. When you're ready, follow me.
Okay. So I'm gonna stay in first person for a bit. If it feels too weird or too annoying, or if for some reason I just want to play in third person, I can always switch, obviously. I do remember when I played No Man's Sky that, funnily enough, at some point it just felt better playing in third person. Something about it felt more immersive. But we'll see though. Where are we? This place looks beautiful and like it's actually being inhabited, yet at the same time it also looks like a bit of a ruin. It's sort of an interesting difference there. Looks quite beautiful though. The graphics of the game, they're not really that modern anymore. And a couple of the textures are really, really bad at this point, but it's fine. It's still fairly immersive. Oh. Rawhide braces. See, why are these lying around in a random urn somewhere? I feel like that doesn't really make sense. Well, at least I can just not take them. Inventory? What am I currently wearing? Your inventory houses all equipment, supplies, consumables, quest items, crafting materials. Selecting to equip. More actions, sure. Craft back. What? Wait, this is all the stuff that I have in my bank. Why do I have access to that? Oh. Crafting materials can be withdrawn and deposited freely while you are an ESO Plus member. I don't like that. What? I'm not a fan of that at all. Ew. Traveler's tunic, traveler's trousers, traveler's boots. See, here's the thing. I wanted this to be immersive, but it's just not logical for a random urn to have like gear in them, right? So I don't know if I should take them, to be honest. But not taking them after I've already looked at them feels equally weird. Nah, I'm not gonna take them for now. Craft bag allows you to store crafting materials in a separate inventory space from your regular inventory. From the inventory screen, select R1 to navigate to the craft bag. Yeah, I just noticed that. I mean, I'm sure at some point... So the thing is that I'm planning on... As I mentioned, I'm planning on deleting all my other characters, because they're not really... I mean, 2 of them are level 10 or below, and the only other one that I've played for a bit longer is the one that's basically there, or has been there from the very beginning. Maybe I'll keep that one around. I think he's like level 38, which isn't that high either. What I do want to get rid of, though, is all of my inventory stuff. Obviously, I'm going to take the gold and put it on this character to just have something to start out with. I don't think that it's that much in the grand scheme of things, but we can just treat it as something that I already had for whatever reason. I don't really mind that, but most of the other materials, I'm just gonna try to either sell them off or, you know, at least use them up or something over the course of my playthrough. All right, tell me more. What the hell is going on here?
There you are, free as a spring cricket. I hope you intend to keep your word. We'll need each other out there. Of that, I'm certain. The name's Norianwe, by the way, of Clan Durini. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Yeah, pleased to see you too. I mean, technically I was never really locked up, because as far as you said, I just randomly appeared in that prison cell for whatever reason. Where we headed? I mean, didn't she already mention that?
We're bound for a place called the Keywright Gallery. But first, I need to know you can defend yourself. Hurtling through the Orbis and falling flat on your ear left you a bit scattered. Find a weapon, and we'll work out the cobwebs. Fair?
What's the Orbis? Sure. I do have some questions, apparently.
Of course. I can't promise total transparency, but I'll be as forthcoming as I can.
Okay, first of all, you said something about golems. What's going on here exactly?
Would it frustrate you to hear that I have no idea? We
No.
Durini are cautious by nature, so the Isle of Bolfiera has many defenses. Magical stone guardians protect many of our sacred sites, but somehow this Daedra found a way to turn them against us.
So this Isle of Bolfiera is actually inhabited, you live here, and for some reason the creature that I came with is unleashing hell. Alright. Can you describe the Daedra? Shia Zell? So how do you even know its name?
Ugh, do I have to?
Oh.
If I recall my studies correctly, I'd say it's a harvester. A huge serpentine creature that feeds on souls and magicka. If it finds a way to consume the energies of the gallery, we will be in very serious trouble.
That actually sounds pretty awesome. A serpentine creature, okay. Huh. So what's this gallery then?
The Keywright's Gallery is an ancient substructure of Bolfiera Island, built long before my clan arrived.
Okay. So who lived here before you? I guess they were already gone or dead by the time they arrived? Why is it called that?
On account of all the doors.
Oh.
The gallery's full of ancient gates, each with some arcane connection to places in Tamriel and beyond. Once the gates came to life, rifts opened. You fell out of one of them. The Daedra. Shayazel emerged from another.
Ooh, okay. So this makes way more sense now. When she first mentioned that, it sounded like there was only one portal and we both appeared from the same one. All right, this makes more sense now. So something happened. Whatever this gallery is got activated, and both myself and this Daedra fell out of the various gates that appeared. All right. And wait, how did she escape? I don't even know. I guess she was in the gallery?
I cast an incantation of the steed, snatched you up, and fled as fast as my feet would carry me. I heard the Daedra cursing, followed by some kind of explosion, but I didn't look back. I hope the gallery is still standing.
So you saved my life? Wow. All right. Well, I guess I have to be pretty thankful for that, huh? But what were you initially doing there?
Nothing irresponsible, if that's what you're asking. I'm a member of Clan Durini's intelligence guild, the Cinderella. More scholar than spy, I assure you. I was conducting some research in the gallery, then pop! You and that monster arrived.
Wow, that actually sounds I'm very interested in her character. So she is Clan Durini's intelligence guild, the Cinderella. And why were you studying it?
The gallery's always been a place of special interest for the guild, but we never quite cracked how it worked. Despite the dangers, this is our greatest breakthrough to date. The guild master will be ecstatic, provided we get it under control.
All right. Well, at least we're getting a bit of a better picture here. Sounds pretty interesting. And also, you know, if they were meddling with ancient gates and artifacts anyways, then I guess they can't be too, you know, disappointed with it turning sour. All right. Okay, so I'm supposed to grab gear? Oh, stuff's just lying here. Wait, okay, so where exactly are we? Why are weapons lying around here? And placed like that? Healing staff. Those are staffs? Okay, fire staff, daggers, and a bow. No two-handed sword as of yet. We can just, you know, use that later on. Should I use the sword and shield first, or should I go with the great axe? Because that's technically a two-handed weapon, correct? So the transition to a two-handed sword would then be easier? Really want to try out the sword and shield though. I hope it doesn't lock you in or anything. Okay, let's try this. Altmeri Exile's Great Axe, two-handed. While it may not be as sharp as it once was, this elven cleaver can still hew flesh, wood, and stone with brutal efficiency. Alright,
Larger
sure.
weapons like staves and great axes will take both hands to use. You can pair smaller weapons with a shield, or another weapon of that size. The choice is yours.
I know this is supposed to be the tutorial, but it is a bit weird how, you know, we're in this strange situation. A person falls out of the portal, and suddenly she's talking to us as if we've never seen a weapon in our life? I don't know.
Yes, I think that one suits you. If you change your mind, feel free to take any other weapon you want. Now, let's find a spot to practice.
Killing an enemy with a weapon equipped will unlock new skill lines. You know what? Let's take the sword and shield anyways. The ravages of time may have tarnished this aegis, but it remains strong enough to deflect the golems. Yeah. Let's take these two. I can try to unlock them, or equip them later on. And let's take the bow as well. Okay, so if we can choose freely either way, then... do I want to go with the sword and shield first, or... We're fighting a Daedra. The sword looks cool. I don't like I've never really been a fan of Axis. Let's go with the sword and shield. They look really, really good, by the way, for level 1 weapons. Do I know the button for drawing my weapon? I think it should be this one, yeah. I mean, this is to attack, right? It's not R1, though. No idea what R1 and L1 is. So that's an attack. That's block, obviously. How do I put them away? That's jumping. That doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. Do I need to, like, hold a button? Okay, that's a strong attack. Let's just look at that. Maybe it showed on the... Oh, that's for abilities. Yeah, that makes sense. Synergy, interact, jump, roll, dodge, crouch. Enemy targets, sprint, command, pet. Okay. Cycle quests. Target marker wheel. Camera zoom, camera. Oh, you can switch weapons. And this, okay, perfect. That's it's a weird layout, but it should work. Hey, a lockpick. Take that. That looks dangerous. That looks really dangerous. What the hell? Oh, wait. She's just standing next to it? Maybe it's not that dangerous, actually. Recipe. Acai tonic infusion. Requires recipe improvement 1. Requires recipe quality 1. Used to learn recipe. Increased stamina recovery. 35 minutes. Scales from level 1 to 4. It needs acai berry. Sure. Mint. I don't know. Hey, a waste thing. See, I don't know. That's what I did have a bit of a problem with. So if I use this, I'm just gonna learn it, right? Skill line gained, provisioning. Okay. And then I can equip the iron girdle. It just increases my spell resistance and physical resistance, apparently. Wait, there's... Did the other thing go into my craft bag, like, immediately? Oh, it did. What a weird thing. Okay, that craft bag's gonna be really, really strange. Character skills. Skill lines allow you to customize your combat style to fight the way you want. You can select abilities to learn more about what they do. Select an ability and press X to purchase the ability. Active abilities can be slotted in your ability bar and are fired by pressing square, triangle, circle, L1, R1. Right, those were all ability things. And I have recipe improvement 1 and recipe quality 1 now for some reason. Allows the making of up to level 19 recipes. So I got that by reading a recipe. Interesting. Okay, so the whole thing with the crafting back does change things, because the most annoying thing that I remember about playing this game is inventory management. Because if you don't pay, you don't get this crafting back thing. I guess the amount of items that can be stored there, do you think that's still locked to the bank size that you have? Maybe it's going to tell me later on, but... Because otherwise, how would that go if you cancel your subscription? Do you just not have access to that anymore? Or how does that work specifically? Because yeah, that was one of my biggest gripes with this game, is just you get so much stuff, right? You basically find things everywhere. And it became more of an inventory management style game instead of actually just playing the game. But if it's gonna work like this, maybe that's gonna give me more of an incentive to actually interact with all of that. Crafting stations, there's 7 different trade skills to learn. You can all 7 at once. I mean, I probably do want to get into crafting eventually. I just don't know whether or not I want to do it right away. Gnawed bone. Sell to a merchant for gold. They give you a bit too many tutorials here at the start. So yeah, maybe I do want to, you know. So I guess this literally just sells, okay. I have to take a look at how the whole crafting back actually works later on. I don't know. The thing, why I'm struggling with it so much is that I don't want to be looting all the time, right? Over the years, even though I enjoyed it quite a bit originally when I started out with Oblivion and later played Skyrim, over the years I found that, you know, going around and constantly looting everything, it's neither immersive nor is it really fun. You just get a lot of stuff that you have to deal with and manage instead of actually playing the game. So we'll see about that. I guess I have to find, because there's just too much around. Like, look at that, right? You constantly find a billion different things. Barley, all right? And I don't know, I feel like this is too much, right? This is just, no.
This is as good a place as any. Now, prepare yourself while I conjure up a dance partner.
Okay, I guess it was lucky that this thing is here.
Quickly now, strike the construct. Well done.
Wow. What did it do? Why am I in this weird blue...
Top marks.
Is that because of the tutorial, or is it supposed to be something else?
Brilliant.
It's got a lot of HP, what the hell?
Ready yourself. Quick, strike while it's off balance.
Oh, I do
the
remember
way.
that,
Well
yeah.
done. Keep up the defense. Use your heaviest attack.
Oh, charge attack, alright.
You're unnatural. Block its strike. Strike hard, now. Now some foes will try to restrain you. Quickly, break free.
What?
Be ready to break free.
Hold?
Prepare yourself. Now bash the construct. Now press your advantage with a heavy attack.
That's a very strange tutorial, to be honest.
Again, hold its attack.
I don't even know what that was supposed to tell me. This breaking free... Oh, that's for interruption. Okay.
When your enemy prepares an attack. Good, now destroy it.
There we
Well
go.
done.
Hey, level 2 already. Forgotten Adventurer's Breeches. Add stamina, increase experience gained from kills by 7%. Oh, these finely crafted leather breeches are perfectly suitable for combat without restricting movement. Cool. Okay, that was a very weird tutorial. I don't know if I had the blue stuff around my screen because it was a tutorial, but that was very, very strange. Okay. Oh, wait, I get volunteer. Why do I have that title? Interesting. Active effects, ESO plus member, 10% increased experience, gold, inspiration, and trait research speed. Okay. I don't really like that either, but it's fine, I guess. Okay. Skill points plus 1, attribute points plus 1. Spend skill points to gain new abilities, claim rewards. What the fuck? Can you stop screaming? Okay, next level attribute point, skill point, crown, fortifying meal. Okay. Milestone level 5, 2 attribute points, skill points, health rings. Okay. What a weird way of doing this. Let's just go with health first. Sure. Skills. Skill advisor. Advised abilities, flame skull, death, scythe, render flesh. The scythe sounds cool. Gravelord, bone tyrant, living death. One hand and shield. Yeah, don't really want to stick with that, so I'm not really going to invest into these skills, I don't think. I mean, I'll be able to switch either way, but we'll see. Let's see, what can we do anyways? Flame Skull. Lob an explosive skull at an enemy, dealing flame damage. Every third cast of this ability deals 20% increased damage. Range 28 meters. Wow. So a ranged skill that costs magicka. 2,700? How much do I have? Death Scythe. Slice into your enemy's life force, dealing magic damage. You heal for health for the first enemy hit and an additional for each additional enemy hit up to 5 times. The healing of this ability scales off your max health. So that would be kind of good since I did increase my health. I guess this is a bit more of a tanking ability, which would kind of go into the direction of a Dark Knight that I wanted to go with, right? Target cone. All right. So this already sounds pretty cool. The Flame Skull doesn't even have that much more damage in comparison, right? Considering that it doesn't heal. And ranged. Render flesh. Area 28 times 12 meters? Wow. Sacrifice your own power to repair damaged flesh, healing you or an ally in front of you for 6,000 health, but applying minor defile to yourself for 4 seconds, reducing your healing received and health recovery by 8%. Okay. So the only one that I'm actually really interested in currently would be this one, Death Scythe. So I heal myself when hitting an enemy with it. This is an advised skill. I don't really care about this, but it sounds good. Ability you purchase has been added to the first slot of your ability bar. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one with it being square, but that's fine. We'll keep it there for now. Oh boy, I'm already excited. The one thing that I was always very, very curious about and that I liked about this game is really that just the sheer amount of freedom you seem to have. Like, again, I have no clue how this actually is going to be in endgame, how many variations there can truly be, what is even good, or if you have to spec something real specific to not be a liability. But so far it all sounds pretty good. couple of bracers. Let's just equip them real quick. And a bit more resistance. So these all just give resistance. Okay, well, looks pretty cool. I hate that it always shows the new item gain thing, even though it's just an increased stack. I mean, obviously it is a new item, but eh.
With moves like that, the Daedra doesn't stand a chance. Yes, I'd say we're ready to set out.
Oh yeah, by the way, in terms of what they just showed in the tutorial, that's always something that I went back and forth on. I do think that the combat in this game feels good. Like, it's not great. It has the same problems that Elder Scrolls always had, especially when you're in first person, is that sort of the impact of your weapons and of abilities in general just feels fairly diminished. And I'm still not entirely certain. So the way it works, right, is that besides normal attacks and blocks, enemies are going to have this, well, not a cone, but this animation on them that makes it look like they're about to strike, right? That gives you an ability to block, and that you can counterattack. Once you've blocked their hit, that's going to smash them down onto the ground, as you saw. Per se, that's all right. I mean, it's not very clever, unique, or innovative, but it works, right? It's fine. I do just wonder how stale that's going to be. I mean, I do remember that once you have a couple more abilities, you have a bit more of a rotation going on, things like that. So I think this is going to be pretty cool. I never thought that the gameplay of this game was particularly bad. I always had a bit of a weak point for it, I guess. I could definitely see that it's not for everybody. And personally, I think for MMOs, I would say that tap targeting like 14 just works really well. The way 14 is built with a bit more elaborate rotations and stuff is also very interesting, but obviously it also is very narrow in terms of what you can do when it comes to choices and playstyle, right? So, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what I can do here. So, where are we headed?
To reach the Keywright's gallery, we have to make it out of this ruin and across a wide field full of the golems I mentioned. With any luck, we'll be able to slip past them. But I'm not all that lucky, so I'm sorry in advance.
That sounds ominous. All right, I'll go there. What can we expect to encounter there?
Well, it begins with a door, the first of many. The only way to access the gallery is through a mysterious gateway. Once we pass through that initial door, we'll step into a huge vault. This is the part that worries me most.
Why?
I believe Shiazel, the Daedric creature that's causing all this mischief, may have nested itself in there. So be prepared to fight.
I guess that was our target. Yeah, will it even do anything for the golems?
I can't say anything with certainty, but ridding the world of an otherworldly abomination can't hurt, right?
True.
Its influence might linger for a time, but the golems should return to normal before too long. Hopefully.
Hopefully. All right, sure. I mean, I guess it's our only real lead that we have for this. Let's do that then. So far, so good. I do have to say, I like this tutorial a lot more so far compared to the one of the base game that I did, a couple of years back. Because that felt... They basically throw you into the whole main story right away. But without... Like, it has this weird thing where it's, the scale of what you're experiencing, essentially, the scale the story is trying to paint is much bigger than what a tutorial can facilitate. And so it always felt a bit off to me, where it's trying to introduce you to this great world-ending threat, and very, very powerful enemies, yet at the same time it's also a tutorial. So, I don't know. It was fine, like it wasn't bad, but yeah. A beer. Red rye beer, sure. They left a lot of stuff behind here, huh? Natural water. Alright, so I guess the stuff like the water would then move into my crafting thing right away, correct? I mean, at least this is very fast in terms of what you're picking up, so you can really just loot everything without it interrupting gameplay too much. Obviously, I will, you know, look at my inventory quite a bit. Can we just equip this? Oh, it doesn't even show on our character. Sure. Why not? Yeah, initially, this is going to take me a little bit to get used to and to, you know, check out, but I do hope that in a few hours, this won't really be that intricate anymore to go through, right? Equipping will permanently bind it to your... Yeah, sure. Alright. It's weird that it didn't show these as new, right? It didn't have an exclamation mark next to these things for some reason. Waist heavy wood elf. Waist heavy higher. So that's, I think, if I remember correctly, that's a style of equipment. I guess the recipes I can just learn, right? There's no need to not do that. And then the natural water just went in here. Yeah, honestly, seeing this crafting inventory, I feel like I'm gonna get engaged with that a lot more than what I did in the past. It's gonna be interesting. All right. Because as I said, that was one of my biggest gripes originally.
One of the stray golems. We might want to sneak past it.
Why? All right. Where's she anyways? Oh, there you are. What is it doing? Why are you hammering on the wall? Okay, one more thing though. Fuck, now I forgot what I wanted to look at. There was one thing that I just thought about that I wanted to check. Fuck! Now I forgot about it. Ah, right, my skills. Provisioning. So just learning recipes already improves your provisioning skill. Not by a lot, but by a bit. That's interesting. I wonder how important that's going to be. Because I do remember the game also giving you a bunch of provisions all the time. So I don't know how important it's going to be to actually craft them yourself. Okay, that's just this menu. What? Okay, so I guess it was discovered because of the noise, right? I would guess. Huh. I wonder if it's gonna hear me at some point. You think I'm gonna need that many lockpicks? While hidden, press R2 to perform a sneak attack. I want to loot the bag over there. That's why I'm going this way. Yeah, to be honest, if you don't have to worry about your inventory space, just going around looting everything isn't too bad. Some chests and doors are locked. If you have a lockpick in your inventory, press X to attempt to pick them. Wait, is this lock gonna be... Oh. I think he almost saw me. Armory, unlock trivial. Yeah, alright, let's just gonna strike. Ooh, the hell is that? You've been targeted by a status effect. The appearance of your health, stamina, magic power changes when there is a status effect upon you. Alright. No idea what it actually cast on me, but sure. Oh, there isn't even... What? This isn't even an interactable object. Oh, for fuck's sake. I've been led astray. Ah, well, whatever. That's why there's so many lockpicks here. Unlock trivial. Oh! Move lockpick, force lock, 100%. Okay, well that was easy. What the fuck? We wanted to sneak past this? This is an entire, like, actual armory, it looks like. What the... Did you know about this?
Let's be on our way. A word of warning.
What the fuck? Look at this. Can I even take all of this? This is gonna weigh like £1 billion. What the hell? I feel like this is a bit of a... This is way too much of a bonus just for defeating this one enemy and then locking the door. Right? Holy shit, there's a lot here. Oh, is there an actual two-handed sword here somewhere? Boots. Homespun sash. Oh, that's another... Okay. Still not sure what type of armor I want to go with. Technically heavy, right? If I want to be a bit more of a tanky type of deal. Yeah, so the crafting deck does seem to have no actual cap. Huh. Player capacity is 8 out of 60, so I'd imagine that every one of these armors will actually be one slot, correct? So taking everything would be a bit of a dumb thing, but this looks awesome. Jerkin is a bit lighter, right? Lightning staff, bow, shields, battle axe. These are the same that have already been presented to us, though, right? Iron girdle. Thought we were maybe able to craft here already, but that, I guess that would have been a bit too weird. Right, in the midst of this tutorial. It's already strange that we're running around here instead of going after our actual objective. Okay, so I'm gonna hazard a guess here that this is light, medium, and heavy armor, correct? What are you doing? She also looks incredibly serious doing it. So, the weapons are always the same. So we're not getting an actual two-handed weapon, right? Take another look at this urn back here. Archive berry. Hey, that's one of the things we needed for crafting a... Not the beer, the other one. Wax, barley, water. Okay. The light armor does look pretty cool, doesn't it? Gods, cures. Not that this looks bad, it just... I don't know, this upper portion here is what intrigues me the most. Jack, guards, arm cops, braces. And the helmet, I guess? Oh, this one's got a hood, though. And the sash looks pretty awesome. Although, girdle. I mean, we can mix and match, right? We're not, like, restricted. The only thing about this is that it looks a bit, you know, medium armor. This looks a bit, I'm gonna put it a bit dirty. Okay, so technically, should I just equip 3 pieces of medium, light, and heavy armor just to have the skill lines? Sounds a bit dumb, but... Medium armor bonuses. Reduce the cost of sprint, sneak, block. Reduce damage taken from area of effect attacks by 2. Wait, so if it works like that, I'm guess... Let's just try out each set then. Oh, it looks very different now, though. Light armor? Which one was heavy? Oh, I'm already wearing a heavy one. This is much better, though. All the other ones were heavy as well. Wait! I think I forgot feet. I did. Sabatons. And let's also pick up the... Wait. Are there no medium... That's strange. Right. At least that gives me all 3 skill lines. The interesting part about this is, now I'm getting all the bonuses, right? Which I otherwise wouldn't have if I didn't unlock the skill line. Which is strange. I feel like it should just give you the skill line either way. Right, now I'm just gonna mix and match by what looks the best. Let's move to the middle of the room. Let's see. I mean, this looks pretty awesome, doesn't it? The Cuirass looks a bit too heavy. Let's go with the medium one. This looks really cool. Also fits the shield pretty well. I do like the, well, it's called a hat, but it's more of a hood, right? It doesn't look that great. Yeah. Iron pauldron. I mean, I can go with the heavy shoulders, though, right? Maybe. Although these also look really cool. They fit the armor better, right? This looks pretty bad, though. 895. Let's stick with this one for now. And then... Oh, wait. I will say the medium armor probably looks the best, and can, especially together with the hood. These look pretty cool. Let's see. These one have the added effect, right? Even though they look pretty bad. It's a bit dumb, right? Oh well. Shoes look very different though. Also, why am I clipping into the ground? Wait, seriously, have I maybe overlooked the medium shoes? I think I have. Boots. Let's try these ones. Yeah, they fit the best. Definitely. Because this also has the sort of more leathery effect going on. It's not all metallic, but has metallic pieces to it. I think that looks pretty awesome. Alright, yeah. Let's go with this for now. The rest of the stuff can stay here. I mean, it's probably not worth that much either way. Cool. I'm glad I went this way. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't have known about it. So not a big deal, but... I do think that there are just too many items in the environment that you can loot. Way too many. I think it should be more of a, you know, once per room type of deal, maybe. Pewter ring? Oh, oopsie. I do have ring slots, correct? Yeah. Sure. Doesn't have an effect, but I'm gonna go with it anyways. This looks really beautiful. Huh. Valve here. Wow. I have to say, the lighting and especially the use of colors in the scenes is pretty cool. It is unfortunate that the texture resolution is this bad, but wow. Holy
Almost there.
shit.
Let's hurry.
Press L3 while moving to tallest point. Is that the thing we're looking for? The Daedra we came with? No, wait. She said it was a serpentine creature, right? Oh, this looks awesome, though. So is that one of the golems that came to life then? What's going on there? Oh, really? I would have gotten the same thing here? Oh, well, never mind. I guess it wasn't that beneficial to... Wait, seriously? How do you sprint? Oh. Apparently it takes a bit to wind up. That's very annoying, though. Like, I know it says empty, but you don't always know that. And the fact that you jump when there's nothing to loot, that's a weird overlap in terms of the control scheme. Oh, it's the river. I was going to say, where's the water sound coming from? Alright. It looks way more like a Daedra, though. Not like a statue that came to life. Alright, gone from this natural water. Okay. Well, I do have to say, if you don't have to worry about the inventory, then...
The gallery should be east of here. Let's set out.
Alright, straight on. Straight ahead. Yeah, without having to worry about inventory space, the gameplay flow is much better than what it would be. Oh god, that's gonna annoy me that so much. Right, because you can just pick up all the crafting ingredients without having to... So you don't have to, you can just go up... Oh, compass and world map, shows your current quest objective, yeah. You can just pick up all the things without being too worried about it. Obviously, at some point, you're gonna run out of inventory, but I feel like that's gonna take way, way longer than what it would have taken without the Plus subscription. So it's really unfortunate. That's exactly what I, like one of my big issues was with playing the game without the subscription is not that, like, I don't care that they give you more stuff with the subscription, right? That's not the problem. The problem is that it's a fundamentally different gameplay experience and one that just doesn't flow that well, because even if you force yourself to not pick up loot all the time or only pick up the stuff you need or want, it's still very, very different in terms of flow, because now it suddenly means that you have to look at everything and determine whether or not you need it, right? I guess you could just run past everything as well, but then again, the game is built with that in mind, right? So, I don't know, to just go through the game without having to worry about it at all, at any point in time, just immediately changes not only the gameplay flow, but just the overall enjoyment of everything a lot more. It just removes one potentially, you know, problematic element altogether. And I feel like that's bad in terms of game design, right? Because, I mean, this game could have had me playing it for the past years, right? There is definitely a timeline where I would have maybe, you know, kept to this game instead of playing 14. But I never did because of problems like that, right? It's just a very, very bad experience. And that's an actual really, really fundamental issue, because, well, typically you would want your players to maybe buy the game on sale, right? Play it for a bit, maybe without the additional DLC content and whatever, that's fine. And fall in love with the world, the gameplay, the stories, quests, whatever, right? Some of these things players would hopefully like, and then say, oh, you know, I'm liking this so much, I'm going to subscribe, I want to see what it all has to offer, right? That's how it should be. But when you're playing the base game, at least for a player like me, who likes to look at everything, you know, test out the various crafting skills as well, to constantly having to worry about your inventory is just bad, right? It's just outright bad and forces you to, well, constantly worry. Hey, there's another player here. Didn't know we could already be together with other players. That's a bit strange that this isn't instanced, but, oh, well. Hey, there's another one. Okay, yeah, that's definitely strange. But yeah, that is, I would say that is a very, very big issue. That is an issue that has kept me from playing the game for a very, very long time. And I didn't even know. Like, the reason I subscribed this time around is because I wanted to give the game one more chance, and I knew that there was possible content that I wanted to play, right? That's why I subscribed. I didn't even know that something like this crafting inventory exists. Yeah, I don't know. I personally don't care. It just means that I will never play this game if I'm not subscribed. It's just very, very weird to me because, you know, had they done that in any other way... Sabercat, you look very dangerous. Had they done that in any other way, I might have, you know, started playing the game a long time ago and actually stick with it. But, ah well, it was not their decision to do that. That looks like an incredibly big structure. That almost reminds me of the Imperial City, doesn't it? Oh, and it also... Is that the sun, or does it have an incredibly bright spot at the top? Almost looks like an incredibly advanced lighthouse or something, right? Isle of Balfieri. Yeah, see, I would say, though, that even with being able to loot everything without having to worry about your inventory, it's still way too much stuff that is staying. I mean, look at this. The sheer amount of urns and lootable items is ridiculous. Considering that they did want to, you know, make it similar to Skyrim and or Oblivion, it does make sense to a degree because those games had a very similar sort of feeling to them. What the hell? Just the, you know, as I mentioned, sheer amount of things you could loot in those games was a bit ridiculous most of the time. Okay, so where do I go, though? Thing is, that interests me a lot. Oh. Golem Invoker. It's a cute squirrel. Well, I guess if we have to go that way, I'm just gonna go that way. I feel like it doesn't really make any sense to not do the quest at this point. Can I get you? I can. Insect parts, riverbait. It's a bit weird how it just keeps floating in space. Does that go to my inventory, or is that something that it does not, apparently? Oh, it goes to your crafting. Oh, so even baits go into the crafting. That's pretty crazy. Can I just... Oh. I can just spam that. Wow. Huh. Do they drop anything, by the way? Doesn't look like that. Well, at least it makes sense that they are here, right? Considering she told us that apparently they've been somehow activated and are now out of control. Did it increase our... So this is level 2 now. Death Scythe. So this is already the second iteration of it? Guess it just means that it deals a bit more damage. Interesting. I do kind of hate that you have to unlock all 3 armor things individually. That doesn't really make any sense to me. I feel like they should just unlock no matter what you, hey, a butterfly wing, no matter what you pick. So if you equip one piece of light armor, it should immediately unlock the skill line for you. I feel like it doesn't really make any sense that that's not the case. Oh, so these were statues as well, I suppose. What's more effective, though? Doing my normal attack or spamming the skill? Because can I compare them somehow? So according to this, the skill deals 3,100 damage currently and heals myself. This does 1,000 damage. Oh, wait, that's the bow. Yeah. 1,013 damage. It just... I wonder if the damage is for one normal hit. Is there a way to... let's see. Journal, skills, maybe under character? Spell damage, spell resistance, weapon damage, 2013, weapon critical, 10%. Equipment bonus, high level and quality equipment. Oh, okay. Why can I not go to the right? It already respawned? Holy fuck, alright. Oh, this time it dropped something. Foul hide. I guess I have to go a bit out of the way to take a look at stuff. Okay, so I suppose there's no way to actually compare that, right? Well, now I can go over there. That's weird. Affects how much damage or healing your abilities and weapons cause. If it is higher than your spell damage, gives a chance to gain bonus potency. What are you doing? This does deal a lot of damage, doesn't it? Huh. Cool. I guess I just have to try to, you know, compare it whenever I do attack something. I just wish that there was a way to see what your heavy attack does. So if you hold R2, what the difference is. Right? Because weapon damage 2000 is also weird, because that's double what the weapon tells me it deals. So I don't know how that really works. Huh. Are the other two golems still not activated? Suppose they're not. So not everything got activated. I do very much enjoy the animation when players are in their inventory, right? That looks pretty cool. Oh, that's just the player. I was saying, what type of effect is that? Where's the entrance though? I guess it doesn't matter if we go left or right. I have to say, I'm enjoying the gameplay a lot. And again, without having to constantly, you know, nut brown ale, interesting. Constantly worry about your inventory space, it already flows a lot better. Because you can just, you know, take a break whenever and just look at everything you got or looted and go through your inventory and, you know, do stuff here and there. You don't have to constantly look at everything, so... And I do very much like the gameplay, so the basic attack's a bit boring. But this, especially with the sound to it as well, sounds awesome. Okay, one more thing I need to look at though. It does say here that it's dealing, or rather it's healing me for 3,300 health every hit. But according to my character sheet, I have 22,000 health. So per hit, it's actually not healing me that much. I can't spam it though, so... I feel like with my current magicka, it's about 1 health bar. Like 1 full heal, essentially. If I spam it all the way through.
The Keywright's gallery is in here. Let's head inside.
Cool. Statues are awesome. Also, that looks really cool. Very intricate ceiling. Yeah, it's just a player. Arguably, you know, the urns don't have that great stuff, that much great stuff in it, so... Don't have to look at every single one, I suppose. There are even more of these armory racks here. So it's really not too problematic if you miss the other room, I guess. Mr. Rat. It's a fast rat. Thought I could maybe kill it or something. You know? Like the butterflies, just rip its innards out and use for crafting, but I suppose that's not the case. Bunch of rings here. Okay, yeah, seriously. The fact that looting and jumping is on the same button is really, really weird. I wonder if if they give you that many armor pieces all around, so that you can actually unlock all 3 skills. Because otherwise, what's the point, right?
Well, this is upsetting.
Is it?
Jeffers' bones. The surge of magicka created by the portals you came through. Must have cracked this sky shard. Without a functioning sky shard, this gate remains locked, and there's no way for us to proceed. Damn!
Oh, the surge of magicka by the portals that came through. I was gonna say, wait, what do you mean? Right. So that's where the portals drew their power from.
Unless you have a set of enchanting tools and a working knowledge of meteoric empowerment theory, no, there's nothing for it. We need to find a replacement.
Where?
I saw one in a vault just south of here a few days ago, but it was flanked by one of the island's more powerful golems. Normally, I'd say we should search for another option, but given the circumstances, I think we have to risk it.
All right, let's find it. Can I ask you something?
Of course. Let's not tarry too long, though.
I think somebody else has their microphone on, right? That's funny. So if you have your microphone on, it's just gonna spam that out. I don't mind that necessarily, although obviously people don't seem to be aware of whether or not their microphone is picking up any game sounds. Well, if it's going to become an issue, I think we can turn it off, but for now I'm going to leave it on. Yeah, what are sky shards?
Giant clusters of meteoric glass. They fall from Aetherius, charged with raw and very potent magicka. Mages use sky shards in all kinds of rituals and experiments. We Dureni use them as a power source.
What is Aetherius? What the hell? Is that just a different name for the sky? What kind of golem is there?
It's a monstrous sentinel called a gargoyle. I've never seen one fight, but by all accounts, they are far more powerful than the golems we've faced thus far.
Gargoyle. So that was the one that we saw through the, not gates. What is it called? It's through the bars. Or through the windows, rather. It wasn't really iron bars. It was more like old windows. Or window openings, rather, without glass in them. I guess it's just another word for sky. I wish we could ask what she meant by that. Like where sky shards fall from. Alright then. I guess we're heading back out. I would say though, one thing that I do remember from playing the game is that while the stories...
Do you see that vault to the south? The sky shard is there.
South. Isn't that basically where we... Oh no, that's where we just passed by. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so while the game does tell a lot of pretty cool, like, small stories in its side quests and whatnot, at least as far as I remember, the gameplay structure of those quests still remained fairly basic for large portions of the game, unfortunately. So, you know, the, well, immersion and atmosphere is helped a lot by the fact that everything's voice acted, and they definitely put an effort into, just with all the other Elder Scrolls games, to make, you know, even small side quest lines fairly unique and interesting. So that was pretty cool, but yeah, the gameplay at the end of the day most of the time anyways, amounted to just, kill some monsters, go to some sort of ruin, right? So it didn't necessarily hold up to what the quests or the stories of the quests promised initially. Which is not to say that that's problematic or bad, but just something to be aware of, I guess.
There it is, the Sky Shard.
Sky Shards are scattered across the lands of Tamriel. For every 3 Sky Shards you collect, your character gains an extra skill point. Sky Shard locations can be found by deciphering the hints found in the zone guide section of your map. That's pretty cool. So, I always found this concept a bit weird with the Sky Shards. You collect 3, you gain a skill point. So far, so good. Initially, it was a lot worse. When the game launched and you had to go through the game zone by zone, that basically meant that you wanted to complete every zone, like actually complete every zone by collecting all the Sky Shards, going through all the quests, all the dungeons, everything in one particular zone before moving on to the next, which, while being very typical for an MMO, felt pretty bad. And it's actually funny, and that's what I meant originally when I started about how the two sort of sides of the game, like being Elder Scrolls and being an MMO at the same time. Oh, this is actually not outside, right? Difficult monsters you encounter will have unique health bars. The more leverage the health bar, the harder the ones will be. All right. Hello, Mr. Gargoyle. Maybe I shouldn't spam it too much so that I can actually heal. Oh, heavy ability. All right. That was a lot easier than I thought. I wonder if he respawns. But yeah,
What? Did you just absorb the energy of that shard? Incredible. Not quite what I intended, but we can work with this. Let's head back to the gate.
Wait, that's not normal? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's get out of here in case this thing respawns. Yeah. At this point already, it's not really worth it to look at every single urn, right? They don't really give you that much in terms of cool things. I just wanted to say, so... the kind of ironic thing is that when the game originally launched, all the quests they put in it already were pretty sort of Elder Scrolls-esque. As I said, in terms of the gameplay, they sometimes were a bit dull or repetitive, but the way they were written and presented and everything was very, very similar to how, Skyrim and Oblivion did it, and Morrowind for that matter. But it just really, really clashed with the idea of not only going through a zone on a specific level, but also 100%ing a zone before moving on to the next. Technically, you didn't necessarily have to do that, but it sort of worked out that way, right? I guess you didn't have to 100% them, but close to it, right? You had to do most of what was in one zone, and you also wanted to do it because, for example, with the Sky Shards, you gained skill points from them, right? And obviously the game sort of expected you to, once you went to the next zone and you encountered higher level monsters, to also have, the capabilities to actually face them, which meant that you had to have more skill points and so on and so forth. So it was very beneficial to complete at least most of the zone before moving on to the next. But with the way the quests were written and everything, that just didn't really fit together, because the way you were going through a zone, you essentially made sure to look at every point on the map to not miss any quests, right? But the way the quests were written was that you were essentially, well, they were written like your typical single-player RPG story, right? Where you just happen to come across a person that needs help, or has a certain issue, or wants to ask you a question, or whatever, right? But since you were going through the zone so methodically, it just didn't really fit together at all. Felt very formulaic, very repetitive overall, even though the quests weren't even written that badly, right? They were written pretty well, especially for an MMO, and with them being all voice acted and everything. They could have been fun if you didn't have to methodically go through all of them. So the sort of narrative clashed really heavily with the way the game was designed. And obviously, thankfully, they alleviated that later on with Tamriel Unlimited. But I thought it was a very weird thing that was an issue to begin with, right? What I do find interesting here is that the sky shots, I think, originally didn't really have that much of a purpose at all. They were just a random collectible. I don't think they, at least as far as I remember, they were never specifically mentioned. So it's really cool and interesting that this time around, I feel like we're actually going to get some lore on what sky shots actually are. So apparently they're dropping from the sky, or potentially some specific object in the sky. All right, let's see if that's enough energy to how would you say that? Relight the one we found. Oh, hello. But yeah, the gameplay is pretty cool. It's fun. Also, the environment so far, if you subtract the ridiculous amount of urns and things you can technically loot but don't really have anything useful in them, the rest is pretty empty. I don't know, I feel like it would be cooler to have more interactable objects that do other things, right?
Respond to the power you absorbed and unlock the gate.
It is the tutorial area though, so not too worried about it.
You did it! Let's speak for a moment.
Not the biggest fan of the ego perspective effects so far. The other thing that we saw with... yeah, it's also not even present in this perspective, which is very strange. Is this a bug, or is it... might have been a bug that it stayed around for too long. Yeah. Oh well.
I'm afraid we've reached the really scary bit. The Daedric creature responsible for all these portals waits just beyond that gate. If you have any other preparations to make them now.
It'll be fine. The golem we just fought was also really easy to defeat. Do you have any advice, though?
Again, I'm just a scholar. But I'd encourage you to remember what we practiced before. Keep moving, strike true, and exploit any opening the creature gives you.
Alright, cool. Yeah, I just have to repeat myself here. This tutorial is really, really good. The scale of it just makes sense for a tutorial, right? It's a small problem on some random island with some random scholar. It's a pretty cool introduction, instead of going with the, like, ridiculously world-ending threat of some Daedric monstrosity somewhere with the original tutorial. Okay, I don't think that I got anything new, right? I mean, these rings don't really have any effects anyways, and I did level up a bunch of stuff, but I don't have a skill point, so it doesn't really matter anyways, right? See, this is very, very strange though. So I wonder if I hadn't unlocked all 3 armor skills, would they have still somewhere in the background counted the skill progression? I wonder. Because it's clearly progressing all three since I'm wearing, you know, armor pieces of all three types currently. Ah, well, whatever. Let's kill this thing.
There it is. Send it back to
Hello.
me.
Shiazel, the Traveler. You look really cool.
My meal.
Oh, she's healing me. Cool. Let me heal myself, though. The one thing I would say that might be difficult are the AoE effects. Oh, wait, what? You can... Oh, that's awesome. So you can dodge. Oh, I also need to remember to interrupt. All right. Okay, so that's how they're doing... Did I not dodge correctly? I think that's like a bad effect, right? I don't think I can block her stuff since it's like spell. Yeah, I don't know if I... Am I not dodging that correctly for some reason? Oh, is she healing herself? Yeah, I can also interrupt her. Definitely need to learn. Yeah, I don't know if I'm actually dodging that correctly. It feels like I'm not.
You did it. Hopefully the gallery wasn't too badly damaged. Follow me.
Heirloom necklace. Increases maximum health. Nice. Alright. Okay, it was pretty cool, pretty interesting. I would say it's... I'm very, very confused by whether or not I actually dodged her AoE. Obviously, I don't think I ever interrupted her correctly. But that's gonna be difficult. I'm not quite certain what the actual effect is to look out for to interrupt her spell casting, because the tutorial they gave you earlier was just on interrupting normal attacks. I guess it'll pop up in the middle of the screen anyways when you can interrupt, and you just have to react to it quickly enough, but... I don't know. That was a bit weird. And it feels like it always hit me with its AoE attack, but that might have just been... Because I wasn't sure if the effect on the edges of my screen was related to being hit by her AoE, or maybe that was a beneficial effect. No idea. I'm sure I'm gonna figure it out over time, though. Okay, the current skill that I have heals me based on my maximum health, correct? I think that's what it said. So technically increasing that could be beneficial. The thing is, I am using up my magicka to cast it, but especially with normal enemies, I mean, even against the quote-unquote boss enemy there, it didn't really, you know, it didn't really consume all of my magicka anyway, so I think I'm gonna go with health for now. Oh wait, I didn't even... I guess I have to claim the rewards first? Maybe? Food. Having an active food buff will increase your combat effectiveness. Yeah, no shit. Increase max health, max magicka, max stamina for 2 hours. Alright. Based on my level. Oh, so now I'm... Okay, so you have to claim the stuff first. Yeah, let's go with health and... Skill points a lot more difficult. So currently it's advising me to get Flame Skull, Render Flesh, and Blast Bones. So Blast Bones I feel like is for later. Flame Skull was the ranged ability, which I'm not quite sure why I would need that. I guess it might become something else later on. Blast Bones I can only get at level... Oh, I need Greyflord at level 4. Right, that's actually really, really interesting. So it's not locked behind my level, but rather behind my usage of this one. So I would have to unlock this one, use it a bunch of times, and then that would give me the ability to use this one. Criminal Act. Summon a flaming skeleton from the ground. The skeleton runs after the target and explodes when it gets close to them, dealing flame damage to all enemies nearby. Creates a corpse on death. So using this, you need to be careful to not do it in a city or something, I suppose. Because it's necromancy, all right? Not the biggest fan of it currently. Like, obviously it sounds really fun. Not necessarily the biggest fan of it because I don't really want to have like pets or other entities that much. That's just an ultimate ability. Let's see, what's the rest? Desecrate the ground at the target location, dealing frost damage over 10 seconds. Consumes a corpse on cast to deal 30% more damage. Okay, so if you cast Blast Bones, create a corpse, and then use this one, is it going to consume the one you created? I suppose so, right? But I would guess that this also counts if you kill, you know, some sort of normal enemy and then you cast it. An ally standing in the graveyard can activate the Grave Robber synergy, dealing frost damage to enemies in the area. Okay. Skeletal Mage. Unearth a skeletal mage from the dirt to fight by your side for 20 seconds. The mage attacks the closest enemy every 2 seconds, dealing shock damage. I will say, though, that while I can definitely see that summoning in skeletons would be a criminal act and considered necromancy, especially in the world of the Elder Scrolls, thought necromancy would be more something like summoning an actual undead, not just skeletons, but all right. Violently drain the last spark of life from a corpse, dealing shock damage over 20 seconds to all enemies around the corpse. Reusable parts. When your Blast Bone Skeleton Mage dies, the cost of your next Blast Bones is reduced. Critical strike chance. While the graveyard is active, your spell and physical penetration are increased. Increase the damage done with damage over time effects by 5%. All right. Let's take a look at the other ones here. Bone Armor. Wrap yourself in hardened bone, granting you major resolve, increasing your physical resistance and spell resistance. Okay, so this feels definitely like a tank type, sort of a tank skill tree, right? Which I like. I mean, again, that's sort of what I wanted to create anyways. Sap the lingering life from fresh corpses, granting you 2 ultimates and healing health every 1 second for 2 seconds per corpse consumed. While slotted, your damage taken is reduced by 1%. The ability names almost remind me of the Reaper from 14. Okay, wait, this still needs a corpse though. Okay. I mean, again, you can just use the corpses you kill from like normal enemies, but being able to create your own corpses, Summon an effigy of bone at your feet for 11 seconds that grants minor protection to you and your allies, reducing your damage taken by 5%. After 2 seconds, the totem begins fearing nearby enemies every 2 seconds, causing them to cower in place for 4 seconds. That sounds pretty awesome. Summon 3 patches of skeletal claws from the ground in front of you. Okay, so this is not a criminal act, apparently. Enemies in the first area are snared, immobilized in the second area, and stunned in the final area. Each patch applies minor maim to enemies hit for 7 seconds, reducing their damage done by 5%. These all sound really, really cool. I mean, obviously most of them are more of a defensive nature, but I like that a lot. But they also sound pretty cool, just from how they work. Whenever an enemy you're in combat with dies within 28 meters of you, restore 100 magicka and stamina. Okay, that's not that much, right? Reduce the damage you take from damage over time abilities by 4% while you have a Bone Tyrant ability active. Increase your healing received by 1% for each ability slotted. Okay. Increase your max health. And then living death. Rend the flesh. Sacrifice your own power to repair damaged flesh, healing you or an ally in front of you. But applying mana defiled to yourself. Reduce your healing received. So it's just a heal. How do I decide between healing myself or an ally? Healing, because it says, wait, it's an area spell, correct? But it says healing you or an ally. Wouldn't it be and if it's an area? Expunge. Embrace the power of death, removing up to 2 negative effects from yourself. While slotted, the cost of all your abilities are reduced by 3%. Okay. Life amid death. Release residual fragments of fallen souls at the target location, healing you and your allies for health. Consumes a corpse on cast to continue to heal you and your allies in the area. So this is just straight up healing. So I essentially have a skill tree for tanking, a skill tree for healing, and a skill tree for dealing damage. That's interesting, okay. Conjure a ghostly spirit to do your bidding and stay by your side for 16 seconds. The spirit heals you or the lowest health ally around you every 2 seconds. Creates a corpse on death. I feel like there's a lot of interaction between corpses, and so you kind of have to keep track of whether or not there's still a corpse around. Siphon the last remnants of life from a corpse, healing health over 12 seconds to yourself and all allies between you and the corpse. See, here it says and all allies, right? Because I don't really get the description. Where was it? This one. With the or. While you have a negative effect on you, your healing done is increased by 4%. While you have a living death ability slotted, your critical strike chance with all healing abilities is increased. Use an ability on a corpse, you generate 5 ultimate. While you have a blast bone, skeleton mage, spirit mender active, you'll have okay. I guess we see. We'll see. The thing is, yeah, all your weapon abilities also give you stuff. Thrust your weapon with disciplined precision at an enemy, dealing physical damage and taunting them to attack you for 15 seconds. I feel like that would be quite beneficial as a tank. The big question here is, this is the skill tree from One Hand and Shield. I suppose I wouldn't really be able to slot this if I'm currently equipped with the two-handed weapon, or is that still possible? Inflicts major breach on the enemy, reducing their physical and spell resistance. Doesn't sound too bad. Surprise an enemy with a deep lunge. I can also go with a passive for now. Reduce damage taken from magical. Martial attacks, okay. Grace. Reduces the effectiveness of snares applied to you. Reduces the cost of sprint. What does this do? Sprint, sneak, block, okay. Increase your critical damage and healing done rating by 1% for every 2 pieces of medium armor equipped. And the heavy stuff? Increase your physical and spell resistance for each piece equipped. Should I keep the skill point for now? I mean, puncture isn't bad. I guess I could stick with the sword and shield for now. Taunting them. The thing is, this doesn't really deal more damage than my normal attack. It reduces their resistance though. Yeah. You know what? Let's just go with it. Let's just go with it. I mean, you can freely switch around, right? I hope. Right. How do I... Let's see, supplies. Alright, I can learn that. This is sellable. Slottable items. Use quick slots to easily access potions and other items. Navigate to your character's inventory, then select slottable items. Select an item and press square to assign items to a desired quick slot. Select an active quick slot. Hold to bring up your quick slot. Select the desired item and release. This is for 2 hours anyways, right? So I can just use it or I can assign it. Ah, okay. I do remember not being a fan of this, because it's kind of finicky to use. Because you have to hold it, right? That's not that great. Oh, you can also slot. And then you have to cycle through it. Yeah. This is not a great menu at all. I don't know why they make you hold it. That's my main gripe with it. Holding never feels great. I wonder if I can change that. Template. Food inverse kinematics. What the hell? Enabling this will have feet perform inverse kinematics so that they rest more naturally on the terrain. Wait, why is this off? Hides your collectible polymorph helmets that can be hidden. Height mount stamina upgrade. Okay. Combat cues. Display certain visual effects on creatures and non-player characters, calling out behaviors that are applied to and from them. Yeah, that makes sense. Custom colors. Friendly color, brightness, test friendly enemy color. Prevent attacking innocence is off. Okay. Quick cast ground abilities. Items. Consolidate area loot on. Combines the items of all nearby corpses into one. Yeah, that makes sense. Auto loot. Automatically takes all items when looting corpses and containers. Should I put that on? Let's keep it off for now. I need to keep in mind that it exists though. Prevent stealing placed items. Auto add to craft back on. Yeah. Tutorials on. What was it that I originally wanted to change? This one, right? Oh boy. Why can this not be assigned individually in a fucking MMO? I don't even know what this changed. Because the one thing that I wanted to change was the hold thing for tap is use quick slot, hold is assign quick slot. Wait, how can tap be use quick slot if you have 8 different quick slot items? Wait. Okay, so apparently that cannot be changed for whatever reason. That's really dumb. I've already been through that menu. Combat. Ability bar. Controls the visibility of the ability bar. Ability bar timers. Displays a timer on top of ability bar icons that corresponds to the duration of the ability's effect in most cases. Yeah, sure. Back row displays timers for your inactive ability bar. Yeah. Attribute bars, automatic. Resource numbers. Controls the visibility of health on the player unit frame. On the target. Combat tips. Ultimate number. Shows your current ultimate in the ability bar. Combat text off. That's fine. Buffs and debuffs all don't show. Enables the buff and debuff system and shows buff and debuff effects on you and your target. Yeah. Let's make that, well, automatic at first. Because that's pretty dumb not seeing that, right? Shows debuffs applied by other players on your target. Yes. Yeah, that's pretty dumb not seeing that. Because how are you supposed to know? Because I don't think that they have like custom animations for every single debuff, and even if they had, I feel like it would be really, really difficult to see that. So, yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there is a way to change the quick slot stuff, which is, oh boy, yeah, that's not a good idea. Oh, wait. So now I selected it, correct? And now I used it. All right. Yeah. Well, the problem is, and I've mentioned this in a couple of games, Final Fantasy XIV's brilliant control scheme, right, has just completely destroyed me for any other game. And the fact that this game gives you one quick slot that you can access with a quick button press, whereas Final Fantasy gives you essentially 48, or potentially even more, but 48 with a quick button press. Let's say 32, but still, right? The difference is ridiculous. So it's just, yeah, I guess it is what it is. All right, why exactly are we entering the gallery if... Oh, right, we wanted to check out whether or not everything's okay, right? Mint chai. Sure. Bookshelf. Oh boy, here we go. Tribes of Blackwood, Gideon and the Border. I don't know if I want to read all of them. I think... isn't there a way... Journal? Was it here? Quests? Antiquities Lore Library? Crafting motifs? Shalador's Library. I think this is something else. It's just achievements? Is there no way to look back at books you found? Or is it under collections? The collections menu is home to all of your account's collections and downloadable content packs. Collections include wearable costumes, non-combat pets, and mounts. Whenever you obtain a new collectible, it can be found and set as active within this menu. Okay, and that's not what I was looking for. Tales of Tribute Patrons. Is there really no way to look at past books? Or books read? Because even Genshin Impact has that. You'd think this game had that as well. Quests. Quest journal contains all your character's quests. You can change your focus quest while adventuring. You can use the map to see where you perform your next task. You can abandon a quest in your quest journal. Select abandon. Okay. I awoke imprisoned in a strange ruin. An elf seems willing to help me, but escaping this place may not be easy. Danger lurks around every corner in a sense that some darkness arrived with me. I killed Shiazel, the Traveler. Now I should enter the Keywright's gallery. The name's really cool. I feel kind of bad that we just killed that thing without really knowing that much more about it. Antiquities, scribal, antiquities codex. In your, you can see all of the antiquities you can currently scribe for. You can also read the lore entries for any antiquities you've already unearthed. To begin scrying for an antiquity, find it in the scribal section of your journal and press X. Whatever that means. To open your antiquities codex in the future, open your journal. Is that something you can, like, do? Oh. I do remember when I watched Peef at some point. I think he did this. It's like you can find lore that's all around the map, but you have to actually sort of, in a puzzle quest, find them, I think. If I remember correctly. Yeah. Okay, well that's not really what I was looking for, though. You'd think it's on the library, but... No, it says books, though. Wait, do I have to, like, do something with the book? Do I have to actually read through it for it to count? Or are these just books that give you skills? Because that would be pretty crazy then. This is literally just crafting, though. Yeah, those must be special books. I don't know. That's unfortunate. I would like to go through books, like, not while I'm currently on a quest, but rather just read them later, right? After my long and perilous excursion to Murgmire, I thought it best to return home to High Rock for some well-deserved rest, but it seems the Eight had other plans. Sales of my first book, The Tribes of Murgmire, far exceeded expectations, a happy dilemma for any researcher. So to fulfill the newfound demand, I bid my Aravan farewells at the Transneben and set out east towards Gideon. For those readers who have never been there, Gideon is a paradoxical mixture of countless cultures, a confusing mishmash of Aelid architecture, imperial history, Kothringi folklore, and Agonian tradition. Despite its rich cosmopolitan history, present-day Gideon is peopled mostly by Argonians. Unlike their cousins to the south, whom I grew to cherish like family, the Argonians of Blackwood both bear the scars and reap the benefits of long exposure to Cyrodiil. They speak Cyrodiilic with greater precision, conduct business with more subtlety, and navigate foreign traditions with greater success. This often comes at the cost of ancient traditions and purer strains of Argonian philosophy. The first time I heard an Argonian openly dismiss the primacy of the Hist, I was astonished. But over time, I've come to understand that the tribes of Blackwood are no less complex. In many ways, they are far more complicated. Argonians on the border with Greater Tamriel absorbed the lion's share of foreign depredations. Wars, famines, enslavement, environmental exploitation, and so on. Border Argonians have borne it all. As a result, nearly all the friendships I struck with local Saxhleel were hard-earned. Most Murgmire Argonians regard foreigners with a bemused, almost comic disinterest. Blackwood Argonians, however, view most outsiders with a skepticism that borders on the cynical. A local leader named Keshu has made great strides towards integrating the people into wider Tamrielic society. I pray that that endeavor leads to greater cooperation, not greater distrust. Cool. Before the Gates of Gideon. How long are these? I mean, they're not that long, but I would still prefer to read them. It would be cool, for example, if this is all about Gideon, if they were collected in a place in the inventory and then you could just read. Let's say there are 6 books about Gideon, right? And you have them all. At that point, you could read about it rather than having to read it every time you encounter the book specifically. I mean, I can... Let me take one look here at the whole... Scrolls Online... let's see... Read or book collection? Oh, it shows me some books you can buy. How can I read all the books I found throughout Tamriel? All books that you find in-game are stored in the lore library. You can find your lore library by accessing the journal. Eidetic memory and crafting motifs will not be available in the lore library until you obtain the eidetic memory skill by completing the Mage's Guild quest line. It's still strange to me, though. That makes it sound as if I should be able to somehow read them again, right? Journal, law library. It says 0. Captain Fabia couldn't help but think, maybe it's because I'm in the tutorial area and these are special? As the noise of several hundred Argonians whipping themselves into a battle fever beyond the city limits rose again. That the tribesfolk were the wronged party in this war. Her people had wandered into their land. They'd made a settlement without consulting the local tribes, and now they were making a habit of killing Argonians for what? Minor crimes such as hunting domestic animals? No one told the Argonians the cattle belonged to people. This entire situation was the express reason why she'd gotten into a shouting match in the courthouse last week. They needed a proper diplomat. She hunkered down behind the stretch of wall that she and her troops were tasked with defending and wondered, not for the first time, how she'd so badly come to misunderstand the description of her own job. She just wanted to protect her people, or maybe even settle some civilian disputes. Regardless of her original reasoning, Fabia knew that this, hiding below the lip of the city's defenses while an angry Argonian horde wound themselves into a bloodthirsty frenzy, was not the reason she joined the Legionnaires. It started. Fabia could hear the sounds of the Argonians attacking the other side of the city. The shouted commands of the other squad leaders echoed off the high stone walls while rocks and arrows pelted the space around them. Where she was standing, above one of Gideon's gates, it was deadly quiet. Fabia crouched to keep below their defenses and walked the line of her soldiers. She placed a hand on their shoulders or whispered words of encouragement to them as she passed. The air that could reach them up on the parapet was thick with anticipation. Every other wall was under siege, but so far, there hadn't even been one flash of movement in front of them. Still, she walked the line, soothing the fears of soldiers only just old enough to join the Legionnaires and battle-weary veterans who knew the rhythm of battles and what was coming their way. It wasn't until Fabia got back to her spot just above the gates that Medarlis leaned over, ears switching, and whispered the one question that weighed like a rock on her mind. "Do you think your trick will be enough to hold them off?" Fabia thought about the small lamp hung on the hook just outside the city gates. No one on the parapet could see the lamp, but for anyone out in the marshes, especially at this dark hour, it was a beacon. Fabia found the lamp in the swampy wilderness near where she suspected the Argonians' territory started. "I hope so," she sighed, glancing out over the silent swamp. "Otherwise, we'll be overrun." As she spoke, Fabia couldn't stop the relieved smile that pulled over her lips. Out there in the blackness of the marsh and the light reflecting off the still pools of water was a lamp. An Imperial lamp. Fabia stood up, made her way down from the parapet. She nodded to civilians as they ran from their homes to the quietest wall of the city, their goods and children clutched tightly in their arms. A few soldiers ran against the flow of the panicked mob, but Fabia didn't. She slipped between their bodies, making her way steadily forward down the dust-filled street. Before anyone could notice what she was doing or stop her, she threw the gate open. Huh. trying to understand what is actually happening here. Is she like betraying them or not? That was strange. I mean, it's really, really interesting reading about this, but without the context of where exactly we are and why there might be that many stories about Argonians, it's a bit of a tough one. Boethia's Gauntlet. I don't think I'm gonna read all of them. From Egg to Adolescence. Okay, so this is another one about Argonians, I presume. Keisho the Blackfin, Warhian Phone of the Movement, Advanced 60. Sorry, that's another one. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff about Argonians here for some reason.
Look at the central column. I had no idea it was concealing something like this. Let's get a closer look.
Concealing is a strange description for the fact that it's apparently twisting in itself somehow, maybe? I don't know. Oh, this looks cool though. There are a lot of books here. Wow. Wait, why does it have such a cool background? House Halalu, Philosophy of Trade. If you want to understand the essential philosophy of House Halalu, examine the coat of arms. Behold the scale. It represents balance, trade, and compromise. These essential concepts influence everything the house seeks to accomplish and directs its activities. Strive for balance in all things. When the scale tips to one side or the other, someone or something gets shortchanged. When someone gets shortchanged, unpredictability and strife unbalance the world around us. This idea must be embraced by every member of the house. To achieve freedom from greed, from want, and from strife, all parties in any exchange must find balance. Trade is the house's weapon, its tool, and its way. The house thrives when value and profit flows between supply and demand. House Alalu seeks to maintain open trade with anyone who would engage in honest business. Not even a lowly Ashlander with gold or goods in hand would be turned away. This policy protects and empowers the house. The greatest defense remains a wall built of gold, and many foes have broken against the profitable walls of House Alalu. The most honorable conclusion to any conflict is compromise. When two parties seeking balance come together in any exchange, compromise becomes the natural conclusion. Anything can be achieved if both the left hand and the right hand work together. Not everyone is reasonable, however. Sometimes others must be coaxed into compromise. For that, the House Halalu Guard stands ready. Okay. Size of Blackwood, isn't that the same that we already read? There's a lot of books here. I mean, it's supposed to be a library, I guess, but I don't know. It's just very, very weird to me that it doesn't seem to actually do anything for the book collection in the inventory. Interestingly enough, there don't appear to be any enemies here.
This is the Keywright's gallery, but not as I remember it.
This looks
Now I
awesome,
see why
though.
we never managed to unlock the gates. Their power comes from this arcane helix. Amazing. With the helix exposed, these gates can finally reopen. Perhaps not all of them at first, but enough to reach most of Tamriel. The question for you, I suppose, is where to first?
So, with this, the original tutorial, as I've already mentioned a couple of times, had you go through like a Daedric realm, I think. So you weren't actually on Tamriel, but in some sort of Daedric realm. But I think it always ported you to the same location, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe they set up the same location in 3 different cities or something, depending on the pact you started with. Something like that. So this is really, really cool. Now you can essentially choose to go anywhere you want, or what interests you the most, I guess. I like this. She calls it a helix, but it almost looks more like... maybe there is some sort of arcane magic going on, and they built a structure on top of it, and because the magic was so potent, it just twisted the entire structure with it. right? Because it doesn't necessarily look like that wall was always twisted. It looks like the magic twists it or twisted it in the past. That's pretty cool. So how do we decide where to go, though? That's a lot of different options. Holy fuck.
Can you believe this? Just look around. With this arcane helix exposed, the chamber is positively crackling with magic. The Keywright's gallery has come to life, and I finally think I know why.
Because of the helix.
Because of you.
Oh.
Matters in Tamriel are bleak. War rages in Cyrodiil. Daedric princes conspire. Dragons ride the winds of elsewhere. The Second Era needs a savior. I believe the gallery, perhaps even the adamantine tower itself, chose you.
Okay, hold on there for a second. Maybe you would like to believe that, but that's a bit too fast for me. Suddenly we're the savior of the world just because we got teleported to some strange gallery with portals that lead to the worlds. I mean, it's crazy enough that this place can do that to begin with. Anyways, what do you think I should do next?
The Keywright's gallery opened doors to every corner of Tamriel. Places I suspect that desperately need a hero's aid. This choice is yours to make, but wherever you choose to go, I'm sure adventure awaits. May the stars protect you.
It almost sounds as if you're able to just come back here. It's a bit of a weird one. I do appreciate this tutorial a lot more than the other one, I think, but it's also very gamey at the same time, right? Now they're essentially just saying, oh, you just happen to be here, and now this gallery can lead you anywhere. Clearly, that means you have to help all these places. I don't know, it's a bit of a weird one, but... well, we get a skill line for this. Soul magic.
So, have you chosen where to go? What region of the world strikes your fancy? Not everyone gets to pass instantly from one side of Tamriel to another, you know. This is quite a gift.
Hopefully one that we can use in the future? Do you plan... Wait, do you really think fate brought me here?
Well, fate's sort of a clumsy way to put it. No offense. Honestly, we may never know why you were chosen. But I believe there was intention here. Something, whether it be the stars, the gallery, or the tower itself, placed you here for a reason.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Because technically, at least as far as we know, or from what she told us, this place somehow got activated when they were looking at it. And then for some reason, we specifically got transported here, right? So, yeah, I mean, I can see that might indicate at least something. And Shayazel, what brought it here?
Perhaps it followed you to prevent you from reaching your, well, destiny sounds a bit too grandiose. Let's just say to stop you from reaching your potential. Then again, maybe the power of this place brought you here to stop Shayazel.
The latter sounds a lot more reasonable. Guess the tower might have just decided, oh, fuck, I brought in a Daedra, so now I need somebody to stop it. Or, yeah, I mean, we do know, or rather I know, that the, I think, original main story of the game definitely deals with Daedric stuff, right? So technically, if this tower for some reason would decide, hey, by the way, there's some sort of hero that might prevent whatever's happening, that a Daedra will come here, but how would they know? I guess we'll never know.
Probably not. But what's a life without unanswered questions, right? Boring, if you ask me.
True. I just wish we could look into it further. Do you think you'll ever unravel the mysteries of this place?
Ha! An elf can hope. Answering that question will probably keep me occupied for the next 100 years. Is the helix connected to the adamantine tower? How does it perceive distant corners of Tamriel? I may never understand it, but I'll do my best.
That was a weird animation. I do wish they would come back to this at some point. I feel like they won't. But it would be cool if at some point a quest would lead back here and we would potentially find out more about what happened in the first place. Do you plan to use any of these doors?
What, me? No, I've got work to do. The Cinderil will want every bit of this place searched and studied. Since I did the discovering, I'll probably end up leading the effort. Adventure abroad sounds all well and good, but my place is here.
I wish we would have been able... Maybe you can later on, though, but I would like to look at, well, the places she's talking about, right? Where she's actually from. And the elves that study this place. Any thoughts on where I should go?
It is a bit overwhelming, isn't it?
It is.
The whole of Tamriel stretched out before you. We could start with the political considerations. 3 great alliances vie for control of Cyrodiil. Does the fate of the Pact, Covenant, or Dominion interest you?
So I'm in the Dominion. I'd like to travel outside the borders of the 3 alliances. I think this might bring me to the original territories, right, from the base game. But I mean, it doesn't mean that I have to stay there. I mean, I am interested in the Dominion.
Excellent. You can visit Stros Mackay in Daggerfall Covenant territory, an island called Canathi's Ruse that the Aldmeri Dominion set its eyes on, or the Ebonheart Pact's domain.
Stros Mackay, I do remember. I think that's the original... I definitely did that place at some point on another character. I don't know whether or not I ever started in the Aldmeri Dominion, though. I might want to travel outside the borders of the 3 great alliances.
I don't blame you. Interprovincial intrigue is the basis of my whole profession, and even I find it tiresome after a while. I suppose that widens the map a bit.
Where else could I find adventure?
Well, as I said before, threats to Tamriel have grown like weeds practically everywhere. Would you prefer to spend time among my elven kin, the Khajiit of elsewhere, or men of the north and south?
What can you tell me about... What can you tell me about elsewhere?
According to our spies, the land of the catfolk is in sorry shape. Imperial holdouts sit upon the throne and a rage of dragons spilled out of the halls of Colossus, burning everything in their path. If it's adventure you seek, you'll find it there.
Sounds... Well, the dragons would interest me. Khajiit maybe not so much. Land of the catfolk is in sorry shape. You mentioned elves too.
If you take the gate to Vardenfell, you can meet the Dark Elves, and maybe even the God King, Vivek. You could also travel south to Somerset Isle, our ancestral home and the primary seat of power for the High Elves.
So the High Elves I might also be interested in, though wouldn't the doing anything with the Aldmeri Dominion also get me there at some point? Vardenfell, that's Morrowind, right? So I guess that would be the first big expansion that they did back in the day. Is there work to do on Somerset Isle?
Always. Though the natives don't make it easy. High Elves of Somerset don't share the Durrani's pragmatism. They're often too proud to ask for help. But our agents reported some strange activity around the Crystal Tower. It's probably worth a look.
There's a Crystal Tower? Okay. Sounds something like I should do at level 50. Can you tell me about these realms of men you mentioned?
Certainly. One of these gates appear to go to Western Skyrim, a mythical kingdom of Nords led by King Svargrim. The other leads to Blackwood, at the southern tip of Cyrodiil. Imperial remnants rule there.
Southern tip of Cyrodiil. So these are parts that have been in past games, right? The southern tip of Cyrodiil. I don't remember it being called Blackwood. Or maybe it But that's part of Oblivion, if I remember correctly, right? Sort of the southern tip of the land you could travel through. And Skyrim is obviously from, well, Skyrim. What's the situation in Blackwood?
Our agents are investigating a handful of strange Daedric structures hidden away in the swamps near Gideon and Leowyn. I honestly couldn't tell you how they got there, but the presence of Daedric anything in Tamriel is always cause for concern.
I wonder the reason why these books don't go into your lore menu, as because they're supposed to tell you more information about these like basic things. But then again, wouldn't it make even more sense for them to then be in the menu as well, so that you could read up on wherever you actually travel? I kind of want to go to the Altmeri Dominion, even though that's technically an old location. But I feel like everything else almost sounds like too interesting for an, you know, level 3 outsetting adventurer. So I'm supposed to just choose one? Oh, the portal plays music. Interesting. Kenarthi's Roost. Stross Mackay. That's pretty awesome, though, that they all play different music. Bleak Rock Isle. Bardenfell. Honestly, I do miss the music in... I would say that Oblivion had better music than Skyrim, but especially the main theme is incredible. This I remember. That's Western Skyrim. That's Solitude, right? On the big thing. Oh, yeah. Somerset Isle. That's where the High Elves are, correct? Elsewhere, Blackwood. Alright. So I don't think I'm going to choose any of these four. Why are there so many doors back here? So this goes back to the entrance, right? Where does this go, though? Oh, it just goes nowhere. I thought I had maybe missed... I guess that's where they would have originally entered the place from, right? So... High Isle. Looks pretty awesome. I wonder if there's going to be a new gate here once the Necrom thing comes out. Okay, which one's the...
So, have you chosen where to go? What region of the world? It is a bit overwhelming. Excellent. You can visit Stross Mackay and Daggerfall Covenant territory.
Kenarthi's Roost. Okay. Kenarthi's Roost is the one that leads me. So this one. Alright. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with that one. I don't think I've ever played through it, so it's going to be interesting either way. Let's see. Oh yeah, Soul Magic is the new one, right? Soul Strike, Ultimate, Active Abilities. Soul Trap 1. Target, enemy, range 28 meters, duration 20 seconds, magical. Lay claim to an enemy's soul, dealing magic damage over 20 seconds. Fills an empty soul gem if an affected enemy dies. So, in past Elder Scrolls games, the soul gems were always to regenerate uses on magical items, correct? I wonder if it's similar here. It sounds to be very similar. So this one, I'm just gonna assign to... You know what? Let's assign this one to Square, and let's actually change Death Scythe to R1, because it's more of a spammable ability, right? The taunting one on triangle feels right. I could unlock bone armor now. Wrap yourself in hard bone, granting you major resolve, increasing your physical resistance and spell resistance. Why does this create a corpse when the effect completes? How does that work? Is it supposed to be like shredding my skin? So the magical barrier that I erect will just lay there as a corpse? Weird. I mean, I do want to unlock the other ones eventually so that I can actually, you know, use them and level them up, but... Low slash. Surprise an enemy with a deep lunge, dealing physical damage and inflicting them with minor maim, reducing their damage done by 5% for 12 seconds. So this decreases their resistance, and this decreases their damage. They're both pretty cool, to be quite honest. And this one is unlocked automatically anyways. Do I want to unlock another ability of one-hand and shield, even though I was kind of planning to go two-handed? It's a bit of a weird one, right? It's just strange because this is healing and this is ranged? Living death, rend the flesh. Sacrifice your own power to repair damaged flesh. Healing you or an ally in front of you. Things just... you know what? Let's get this. Rend the flesh. I just feel like it's a bit too much healing at this point. I don't think I'm ever gonna really need that much healing on the lower levels. Whatever. Mint chai. I do need... Wait, do I? Do I need something for crafting? Tree fuse. I think in order to cook something, I would actually have to be next to a cooking pot or something, right? I don't think you can just do it on the fly. Pretty sure. This is so weird to me that that's a thing, right? That this is all just... That's a very, very strange one, that you only have this with the Plus subscription. Not because it's... I dislike the upgrade, but because it so fundamentally makes playing the game without the subscription a hassle, right? Which is very weird, because that's typically something you only see in like gacha games and stuff. This is very different. I don't think this is really comparable to that, but typically that's what you'd find, right? In like mobile games, gacha games, and so on and so forth, that you essentially would have to, or not would have to, but can purchase things that make your life easier, or straight up skip either boring or repetitive tasks because you spent money, right? That's how those games work. It's definitely not the same thing here. Somehow this feels like they didn't even really think it through completely. How different and annoying this would be. Because that's the problem, right? Is that if you don't have this as subscription, this is just annoying to... Like it's actively pushing you away from the game rather than inviting you to potentially subscribe to it in the future. I don't know. Something about it definitely just feels off. Also, I completely forgot to equip the necklace that I got, right? The heirloom necklace. Increases maximum health by 800, which is surprisingly very low, considering that I have 28,000 health. But sure. Pretty sure these are still all the old ones I got. I mean, these would only be cool if they look cool, right? Well, these ones don't look bad. Do they look better than the other ones? These still look pretty cool. Considering this is heavy armor, though, I think I'm gonna go with these ones for now. I wish it would show you a preview of the items so that you wouldn't have to equip them all the time. Because that's kind of annoying. But as soon as I get to some sort of city, I'm just going to sell everything that I'm currently not using. Alright. I think... Was there anything else that I wanted to do? Anything else that I wanted to look at? Check out? Think about? I don't think so. Yeah, this is weird. That's so weird that it didn't unlock the books. Alright. Kind of excited. It only took almost 4 hours to get through character creation in the tutorial. Holy fuck. Knarthy's Roost. Let's go.
That's Knarthy's Roost.
Oh!
A Khajiiti Isle with emerging ties to the Aldmeri Dominion. Sea elves have been flexing their muscles in that part of the Topal Bay. Competing interests could lead to bloodshed. Someone like you could set things right.
She's actually gonna explain all of them? That's pretty cool. But I don't want to entice myself with getting all the different... Like, I've already decided that I want to go here, right? I find it so strange that the Khajiit are part of the Aldmeri Dominion. And I feel like that's where the conflict might stem from. Start the Aldmeri Dominion storyline. Yeah. One thing that I am wondering about, though. This doesn't say anything about the original main quest. Not that I, you know, want to do that, because honestly, it's not the most interesting one. But I am wondering how they're going to introduce that back into the whole thing. Like, are you just going to be randomly contacted by that prophet guy that I remember being sort of the main quest NPC for it? Anyways, let's do that.
We submit to your will and call forth the chains of cold.
They're performing a ritual, preparing the way for a dark anchor.
Well, there we go.
It's worse than we thought. The plane melt has begun.
The portals reach from our side to theirs. That means there is a traitor.
Perhaps it was simply arrogance. Perhaps it was all part of his grand scheme. Who can know the logic of a Daedric prince?
Claims it fulfills a prophecy in those wretched scrolls of his.
Imagine seeing your nemesis succeed where you failed.
Let the way be opened.
I am patient.
Let the will of Moloch Baal be denied.
This world will one day be mine.
Pretty sure that was the original storyline. And I've no clue why we're now getting that. Oh. Huh. Well, that's weird. You just get dropped off here?
You're safe now.
What is happening? That looks awesome. Okay, as much as I like the tutorial up until this point, and I know that they have to do this some way, right? But the way you're getting dropped into this, it does feel strange, doesn't it? What the hell is going on here? Navigator. Sir Yelda. Who are you?
I'll soon be heading back to my homeland of Somerset. Are you interested in passage? We've room for more.
No. Didn't I just decide against going to Somerset? Oh, I think the one with the white outline I cannot talk to, right? They do have names, but... Morrowind needs you. Examine. Okay. Sugar claws.
I don't care to sail through corpses, but if I dock at Mistral, they'll inspect my cargo. Which is all legitimate, I assure you.
Why are we... I'm really confused. To be honest. Why do we get just dropped in at a place where we can then immediately leave?
The sun and salt are bad for injuries. If you are wounded, get to the encampment in the shadow of those towers. Indalor will have you up in no time.
What is this place?
Canarthi's Roost. The Shalar heard it was a beautiful island. This one thinks it would look better without all the wrecked ships. Not even the Dominion's greatest fleet can sail through hurricanes. We are fortunate to be alive.
So the Dominion's greatest fleet shipwrecked here? I'm just really confused why there are navigators or sailors that can immediately take us somewhere else. That just feels incredibly strange. Especially because it's without context whatsoever, right? They just sort of offer that to you, even though they don't know you, they've never seen you before. We just basically suddenly appeared right in front of them without any explanation whatsoever, and they're just, oh yeah, sure, I can take you somewhere. Who is Indalor?
A skilled healer, and sharper than Shalar's claws. It's good he survived the shipwreck. This place, Eagle Strand, it is a beautiful place, thank the gods. Otherwise, Indalor would be completely overtaxed.
Tell me about Eagle Strand.
We know the name because a few island locals live in the towers up the beach. With their help, Commander Carinth set up camp for the castaways. The locals bring food, drink, and medical supplies.
Alright. That actually sounds very fortunate. It's not a quest, though? What is water skin? Oh. That's weird. It's a pretty friendly rat.
Don't worry. Shalar will attend you in a moment.
Can we not help these guys? Hi? Wait, how do I... Now I healed myself. Can I heal you? I thought this was an AoE ability. That's a fishing hole. Okay. Huh. So you just get a woodcutting axe, apparently. What towers was she talking about again? That one? Exposed to sky, surveying the strand. Above. Is there nobody we can actually talk to that'll give us a quest? This is so strange. It's just people lying on the ground, you know. Everything seems fucked up and we can just not do anything. Mistral gods.
You're in a sorry state, friend. Head up the beach and rest.
Where am I?
This is Kanathi's roost, off the coast of southern Elsewhere. We were supposed to make a more tactical landing, but that hurricane took us all by surprise. At least we made it here alive. Not all of us were so lucky.
Yeah, and maybe you should, you know, help the ones that are still sort of... Oh, what the fuck's wrong with his looks? Or his look, rather. Okay, then I suppose. I mean... Maybe we can find somebody up there? What a weird... This is a very weird start to the whole thing. You'd think that they at least point you towards the first NPC you're supposed to talk to, right? I mean, I know that I turned off the quest Eagle Strand, the quest marker thingy, but still. Who the hell is crying out as well? So they shipwrecked here and then made camp.
You there, wet one. This one needs to speak to you.
You talking to me?
Welcome to Kanathi's roost, friend. The hurricane must have been very disorienting. So many injured, confused. Keep your voice down. Try not to draw attention.
Does he know that I'm not actually a shipwrecked person? Would you have been part of the shipwreck in the original storyline? I don't remember. I mean, obviously, as I said, I've never played through this beginning, but I don't remember what happened after you played through the tutorial. If you would have just appeared here? What the hell are you talking about?
Razumdar is here on a mission of some delicacy. You are just what the Bandari ordered. Between your hands and Raz's good looks, we are certain to see this through.
Sure, buddy. But what kind of help do you need?
First, a question. Where did you come from?
Oh, lie. I'm a Dominion soldier who survived the shipwreck. Yeah, sure, I am.
Yes, lie with confidence. A straight face and a gleam in your eye. Well done. It is very good right now to fit in. Your sudden arrival, it does not fit in, you understand?
So did you see me arriving, or did somebody tell you that I arrived? Why should I trust you?
You should not. You should trust your instincts. Leave if you wish. No one will stop you. Or come with Raz and do what you can to help us recover. In the process, grow your stature and wealth. It is entirely up to you.
Why are you helping me?
Because you are no soldier, which is useful. You can speak with the locals, assure them we are not invaders or marauders. Now come, let us try to fit in.
He's almost talking as if he isn't part of them either, right? Okay, somebody has their mic on. That is so strange. Do they not realize that their mic is on? I wonder if they're also playing on PS5 and have... Because I am wondering... I'm currently... Like, I'm playing with my headset, right? And that's muted by default. Because it has a physical button that you need to unmute yourself with. I don't know how that would work if I was playing without the headset. If my controller... Because the PS5 controllers have a microphone. Right? If that would have been automatically activated? I wonder if most people just don't realize that that's a thing. Anyways, very well. I will try to fit in. Talk to Commander Karneth. Oh.
This recruit survived the shipwreck without injuries. You mentioned something about the shattered shoals, yes?
She isn't even looking our way. Hello. Oh, you look pretty mighty. Although, pretty nice as well. Like, the look. Not, you know. Yeah, isn't that weird? What's up with you? I don't trust you. I mean, he straight up told me not to trust him, but... he does talk as if... he wasn't part of the shipwreck either.
Glad you're up and about, recruit. I'm in need of a scout to head to Shattered Shoals. Most of our fleet foundered to the west, but we've had few survivors trickle in from that direction.
Okay. What do you need exactly?
We captured a sea viper spying on the camp. Those pirates never travel alone. Find out if they're around Shattered Shoals, and if so, what they're doing on this island. Of course, you should assist any shipwreck survivors you find. We must each do our part.
Sure.
Before you head to Shattered Shoals, speak with Eelsil. He just returned from exploring a nearby temple. That wizard claims to know something about everything, so he may have insight on how these sea vipers operate.
A nearby temple? Wait, I thought the sea vipers were pirates.
Eelsil is this way.
Okay, calm down, buddy. He's just sprinting over there right away. Oh, there's a player. I heard some help me thing. Is there a...
What have we here?
Who said... Oh, hello, lady. Nice outfit. Did you talk to me just now?
I never want to see another ship. I'll stay on this island for the rest of my life if I have to. They can't force me to go back, can they?
Well, I hope not. But if this was part of a, I don't know, war fleet or something of the, like, Elgmeri Dominion, then I would assume that they're all you're all kind of needed somewhere. Well, before checking this out any further, I guess I should probably follow the person that talked to me in the first place. I just found it weird that they've set up a pretty big camp here already, yet there's still people that look like they've just been, you know, in a shipwreck, you know, 5 minutes ago. What is this? The hell is happening here? What the hell is going on here?
Commander Karneth asks for patience. Easy for her to say when my men are still out there. The longer we wait, the fewer will come back.
Yeah, aren't you more concerned about the cloud behind you that is raining in an inside tower?
I'm not used to seeing so much open space. This is my first sea voyage.
What the fuck's that storm cloud?
It's that sea elf. Mama, they call them. I think he's doing it just to annoy us. If they just gag him, he couldn't cast his spells. But they need to question him, I suppose. I just hope he doesn't ruin my maps.
Well, take them somewhere else? Are you a soldier?
Me? I guess I am now. In Valenwood, I was a cartographer. You know, a map maker. When they recruited me for this mission, I thought all I'd be doing is surveying land. Turns out, there's a lot more responsibilities. Oh well.
Well, what did you think they were surveying the land for? You're a bit naive, aren't you? And this poor guy has to sweep it all up? Laborer. Alright,
Hello. I think you must have the wrong person. I only speak to two kinds of people, and you seem to be neither of them.
I just wanted to help you with your weird storm cloud problem. Oh. Suppose I shouldn't really talk to the prisoner, eh? Maybe we'll be able to help with that some way or another. Oh, wait a second. There is a sky shot up there, though. Can we just go there? Oh. So those do appear on the map. Stealing. Oh, this was right, yeah. So, stealing essentially works like it does in the other Elder Scrolls games as well, right? Stolen gold does not confiscate pay for plunder, yeah. Sentry. Oh, that's a skeleton. That's actually pretty scary that there are skeletons still around. The game definitely has its beautiful moments. There we go. Oh. That would also be stealing. Interesting. Oh well. Maybe we can help with the storm cloud eventually at some point. Doesn't look like we will be able to currently, though. Let's go to the guy.
Doesn't seem like I'm getting much done here.
Hey, there's a cooking fire here. Let's see. Provisioning! Food and drink. To craft the item or items, you can only craft food and drink if you learn the associated recipe and have the proper ingredients for the item or items. Food. Drinks. Furnishings. Why? What? Wait, there are furnishings you can cook? Oh, maybe... you think they also have furnishings like in 14? We can... Because the culinarian in 14 also crafts the... like the food that you can put in your house, right? To display there, maybe that's what they're talking about. Nut brown ale. Increase health recovery for 35 minutes. 5-second cooldown. Alcoholic drink. Increase health recovery for 35 minutes. Increase magic recovery by 600 for 35 minutes. That's probably pretty good. Stamina recovery. Let's craft these 3 for now. 3, confirm. I feel like that's going to be most beneficial for me currently. What is options? Show only the items that can be created based on ingredients available. Okay. Cool. Slottable items. Assign. Alright. Let's put that there. And also, future reliant. Oh, there it is. I was gonna say, it should say somewhere what kind of active effects we still have. Increase all primary stats. Yeah, that didn't really help all that much, did it? Because I'm pretty sure I activated it, or rather, I'm pretty sure that since I activated it, I wasn't in combat. So, it was kind of pointless, but I feel like that's going to happen a bunch more times. Okay. Right. Who were we supposed to talk? What is going on? Are you hiding from the water? Are you doing that? What is this thing? Hey!
Marvelous, isn't it? We'll have to construct a special room for the Morning Stone when we bring it back to the Mages Guild. I'm sorry, did you need something?
You're calling that a morning stone? Wait, because it's literally crying? Or what? Commander Karanith said you returned from a nearby temple.
Yes. The Temple of the Morning Springs is an old Khajiit ruin not far from here. We excavated the Morning Stone from one of the chambers. As you can see, its supply of water appears endless.
I have a feeling it only appears that way, though. I don't think it actually produces infinite amounts of water, because that would be pretty crazy, to be honest. Did you encounter any sea vipers, though?
What do you mean? Pirates? In an ancient Khajiit temple? Preposterous.
Well, I wasn't the one to suggest
All
it.
we saw were the undead warriors that overran our camp.
Well, why were you attacked by them?
I have no idea. Actually, I have 12 ideas, but they're far less fascinating than the Morning Stone. Probably some sort of ancient curse. It usually is with these things.
Wouldn't it make way more sense for us to inquire about whatever happened to him and his crew? We're just completely ignoring what he was just talking about and saying, well, can you tell me something about the sea vipers?
Arrogant sea elf pirates. To my recollection, they aren't known to raid Kanathi's roost. Oh, and they have a thing for snakes. But I'm sure we both have more important matters to attend. If you'd excuse me?
Well, this wasn't really helpful.
We should speak privately. Before you depart, let's meet by the statues north of camp.
Depart? Who said anything about me departing? Why would it... What? That was such a weird conversation. Okay, so do you know anything about the pirates? No. Why would I know that? Because I was in like a ruin and we recovered a stone that is far more interesting to me personally. Alright. I'm going to ignore everything you said. What do you know about the pirates? Oh yeah, the pirates. Well, they're annoying. And then he just goes away saying, we should talk before you leave. Even though nobody told us to leave or say anything really about... I don't know. I think it was just a bit weird. I think it might just be that the beginning is a bit rough because it doesn't fully connect to what I was doing originally, right? But you have a pretty chill lean, though.
There, you see? You fit in and no one will stop you from walking away.
I don't know if they would have stopped me either way, but alright, I'm listening.
Ilsil is most impressed with his newest bauble. But the undead are a threat to all of Kanathi's roost. If you want to, you could search the Temple of the Morning Springs, determine how to contain the dead there. Then the locals should see we came here as allies, not conquerors.
Now he's already saying we. Oh, wait, that's because he's talking about the locals, which we don't really... Wait, so is he suggesting that by doing that, the locals, which would maybe be those pirates, wouldn't really attack them here? This is quite confusing in how they're telling you this. Anything else?
Karanith told you how the hurricane dashed the fleet into Kanathi's roost. Now the sea vipers are picking at the bones of our ships. Strange, yes? You could scout the coast, as the commander said. Prove yourself to the soldiers.
Oh, wait, we're supposed to choose between the two? Well, where are you headed?
Oh, there's far less glamorous work to be done in Mistral, at the northern end of the island. Let's meet up there, after you've done what you decide to do. Until then, bright moons guide your steps.
Somehow this was a very, very strange way of telling you that you have two different options. But sure, I guess. Okay, so I think that the temple and the undead or whatever it was sounds far more interesting. But we were supposed to investigate the pirates first, so I think that's what I'm gonna head out to do. Who are you?
Strange winds blow lately. The air's full of salt and sorrow.
You have very strange markings in your face. Almost looks like you're bleeding constantly. Alright, is there a vendor we can just, like, sell basic stuff to, I wonder? Is there a... Okay, so that's the entire island. It's a bit unfortunate that it just shows you the entire place right away, because that's not entirely what I wanted to do. I mean, I left the quest markers on specifically, so that's not really... Oh, that's a player. Winsinger...
I'll wait until there's more room amongst the injured. My wound isn't as bad as some of the others I've seen.
You're looking much better than last night.
Oh! Wait, is that an emote? That's pretty cool. Can I, like... How do I do emotes? Oh,
Any pain?
Emotes. Select an emote to play it immediately. Select an emote to add it to your emote wheel. Quick chat. Cheers and Gears. So let's do taunt things. Entertainment, food and drink, emotion. Backbeggar. Is there not a high? Greet. Assign. So can I... Oh no, now they went away. I'm sorry, buddy! I needed to figure out how to use emotes in the first place. So I would have to hold, then go to emotes, and then greet.
I'll have a spot for you soon, my friend.
Alright. Cool. This I like, though. So it's always automatically returning back to your quick items. Alright, let's put... I think I saw Clap. Or Chia? Let's put Chia on here as well. Why does it have a thumbs down? That's weird. Dishonor, dismiss, grats, fist bump. Thank you, shush.
Ooh, a criminal.
You're looking
Somebody
much
call a
better
guard
than
so I
your
can
head.
see what
It's a
happens.
Did somebody steal something? Ooh, criminal. Waving greet. No, over here. Whisper, please, courtesy, congrats, come here. Prop. Read book, read letter. Some of these are actually... I wish that 14 actually would have a couple more sort of emotes. Like being able to sit down somewhere and just eat, for example. And continuously eat and not do it in just one sort of quick emote. Give directions, foods and drink, entertainment, emotion, confused, angry, drunk, humble, laugh, sigh, surprised, dishonor, disapprove, clap, booing, approve. Thank you. Maybe I should assign thank you. Greet, cheer. Oh wait, what? Why do they have... Oh, that's really annoying. Why do they have the same symbol? Ceremonial. Bless, blessing, bow. Meal, praying.
Any pain?
Salute. Bow? Oh, for fuck's sake. I didn't want to do it. Let's assign that. Is there not a way to say goodbye? Over here, pay me, welcome, whisper. Waving. I guess I could just add wave as well. This way I can interact with people if they come up to me again. Because that was a cool emote that he was using with the, cherry blossom petals, I guess?
Unless you're in serious pain, I can't help you right now. I have too many patients to attend.
Sorry. Thought I might be able to help.
Still in pain?
Okay.
My shipmates are gone. Guess they're rebuilding the ship now.
That was a weird sentence. My shipmates are gone!
Little time to waste.
Two steps forward, 2 steps back.
Is there no, like, normal trader around? Something?
The ship was too close to shore even before the storm hit. I said as much before she sank.
Shipwreck sundries. Well, that sounds like a trader. Merchant. Hi.
Welcome to Eagle Strand. Though, normally, everyone isn't stranded by a storm this way.
You're talking as if you've lived here before. Store merchant. Simple bait. General fishing bait. I wonder if fishing also is associated with a skill or skill line or something. Soul gem empty. Well, I don't have any. Oh, sorry. I don't have any magical weapons right now. Restore health immediately. Well, I can heal myself, so I don't think that these are going to be too important. At least not for the first couple of levels. I do remember that I had to use them from time to time on my other playthroughs, or well, not playthroughs, but you know, but I would sometimes basically attack an enemy on accident that was too strong for me, and it helped to have like a healing potion to run away from them. Okay, sell these, sell this, sell these. These aren't even worth anything. Oh, this isn't worth anything either. Interesting. I guess I'm gonna keep the great axe for now and the bow as well. I can get rid of the necklace though. Do you think we can like deconstruct them? Nah, whatever. I don't think that the stuff you have currently equipped probably won't show up here, right? Oh, I completely forgot to open this thing as well. Dagger. Yeah, let's just get rid of all of this, right? It doesn't really make any sense to keep it, I feel like. Because it's just going to be annoying having it around the entire time. Shoulders. Well, these ones I'm going to keep. This is actually worth something. Let's just clean out the inventory for now and only keep the stuff that I actually want to keep. Just the weapons. Right. And open up that weird box that I got. If I can find it again. Wait, isn't that here? Oh yeah, it's under supplies. Okay. Would have thought that it would be somewhere else, but alright. Forgotten Adventurer's Inferno Staff. Forgotten Adventurer's Greaves, alright. And a bow. Bow and a staff. And a soul gem. Used to revive players and companions, or to fully charge enchantments on weapons of any level. Wait, you can revive people with it as well as charge weapons? Interesting. Okay. I got legs, correct? Yeah. Oh, they're the same thing. I mean, they don't really fit my outfit either, but it's fine. And I feel like the maximum health effects is better than the other ones. Maybe. You received a soul gem. Use it to recharge enchanted weapons, revive fallen allies, or revive yourself. Oh, I can also revive myself. Well, that's going to be helpful. Alright, so I guess we only really have this one merchant here. I still feel like we can somehow help the guys with the weird cloud in their tower, right? Let me go back there one more time. Maybe we can talk to the prisoner and ask him why he's creating a storm cloud of all things. Because this just feels like a very weird thing that's happening.
Watch your step, Groundwalker.
Commander Kerenith asks for patience. Easy for her to say when my men are still out there.
Okay, never mind then. Maybe that's gonna come up later. It's just strange because it's such a, you know, easy to see thing that there's this weird storm cloud there that they obviously need help with, but oh well. Let's head out. Is this stuff that we can actually collect? Alright. There is a lot of ships that shipwrecked here, though. Looks pretty crazy, doesn't it? Should I go along the coastline and see if there's anything interesting to find, or should I head to my goal immediately? I feel like I want to go along the coast. Is he eating the crab? Just the crabs, though. Nothing to collect, really, or seemingly. Oh, that's just the chest. Barrels. A lemon! Ingredient for crafting beverages. Force lock 15%. Oh, it's R2. Ah, alright. Ooh, that was close. Well, at least now I know how it works. Iron Greatsword of Frost. Two-handed. Nice. Le Jerdemain? The Jerdmain? What kind of skill is that? Deals frost damage. Increases physical and spell penetration by 3,000. Well, that sounds awesome. Found exactly the right thing. World skill. Le Jerdemain? Is that French? Le Jerdemain? The Jerdmain? I have no idea. I've never seen that word before. Huh. Improved hiding. Reduces the cost of sneak by 10%. Increase your chance of successfully pickpocketing. Increase the number of fence interactions you can use each day. Improves your chances of forcing locks. Reduces bounties you willingly pay to guards and fences. Huh. I guess it's because I unlocked a chest for the first time, right? Because I already used lockpicks on that door in the tutorial. And I didn't get the skill. So suppose it has something to do with that. And... Oh, wait, these also have... Cool. It's a curved one? Really? Okay, one thing I'm really interested in, though. In terms of my skills, right? Currently, I have puncture equipped. Thrust your weapon with disciplined precision at an enemy. Can I still use that skill? Even though Oh, I can't. Alright. So that is limited then. Well, that's unfortunate. This can still block though, right? Okay. Now I got the two-handed stuff. Uppercut. Slam an enemy with an upward swing, dealing physical damage. Launch across the earth. Focus your strength into a mighty swing. Okay. So I feel like, at least judging by these skills, the one-handed sword and shield seems to be made more for tanks. Well, I mean, I can always just come back to it, right? And I do remember that I think later on at some point you can equip a second set of weapons, though I might want to go with a ranged one. But then again, it is Elder Scrolls, which means that I can just freely switch between them, right? Whenever I want to. The only difference being here that you kind of need a lot of skill points in order to do that, which later on I think isn't really going to be much of a problem, but especially early game, I feel like you should kind of focus more on one specific type of weapon. I don't think I'm actually going to do that, but we'll see. I mean, if I hadn't found this, right, I wouldn't have done it either way, so I'm curious of health. Increases this item's armor value by 30%. You seriously? You just find all of this? Water skin? Oh, that's that thing. Sometimes this is really, really weird in the first-person perspective to figure out what they're even talking about when it comes to these things. But yeah, it looks like you're actually finding a lot of stuff. I'm quite annoyed by the fact that it doesn't really show me when I found something new, though, for some reason. Like, it has an exclamation mark here, but not in the above menu, right? Okay, this is a straight-up upgrade, though. It looks like absolute shit, though. Yeah, no. I'm gonna stick with the original one. At least for now, I think... prioritizing faction is gonna be more interesting. Grapes. Man, I just wish they wouldn't do that, right? I find it so strange that some random skeevers would carry around like a belt. I guess would theoretically be possible, but a cuirass, like an actual huge armor that I can wear over the entirety of my body, like a fucking rat is just carrying that around? That's so dumb. I wish they wouldn't do that. I don't know why they do, right? I mean, it's just really, really weird and awkward and just completely unnecessary, right? There's no reason for them just giving me a new piece of loot right now. Like, why? Why would you do that? Man, there's actually quite a lot to explore here. I just don't know if it's worth exploring. All right, maybe I should actually... where would that be? Would it be interface? Quest tracker, compass, weapon indicator. Oh, something else. I don't think I've seen anything in the options that would allow you to manipulate whether or not something is shown as new in your inventory. Guarana tonic, increased stamina recovery, okay. Let's assign those, since I have it. I think I need to make a habit to just drink these, right? Whenever my current buff runs out. Not that I really need it, but since it lasts for 35 minutes, might as well. And they're not really worth selling either, I suppose. Stack all items, equipped more actions. Unequipped, enchant, lock, repair, link, enchant, destroy. Okay. Yeah, something about that is strange. I feel like that might even be a bug. That it's not showing properly whenever I find a new item. Wait a second. Did the two crabs kill the big guy? You go, guys. Really proud of you. Hey, there we go. One of these weird rune stones. I wish that just with the, just like with the sky shot, that they would explain why these things exist, right? It's like you just randomly happen to come across one of them and you can just immediately collect that.
Halt! Come no closer.
Wait. Who's talking to me? Oh. I think you are. I'll be right there. Why is that guy naked? See, that's one of the things. So in Final Fantasy, right? The only way to... Okay, so it's actually pretty cool that you're just able to collect this stuff without having to swap jobs, or because in 14 you would have to swap to, let's say, botanist or miner to be able to actually collect this stuff, right? It's pretty cool that you can just do it here. But at the same time, it's strange that it's immediately available. I think unlocking that skill through some sort of a quest line that would teach you, oh, hey, by the way, you can chop wood, and this is how you know what good wood is and what to use it for, that kind of stuff, would make way more sense. I know that in Elder Scrolls games, you can always just do these things, right? So for alchemy, for example, I remember you could just basically collect everything and learn about it, and there isn't really, like, you just inherently have these skills, right? So I get where they're coming from, but I still feel like it's missing just something, right? I don't know. Drink. Jasmine tea.
Stop. Stay back.
Why?
Heed my words. You endanger more than your life should you approach.
What's going on with the camera here exactly? Why can I not see her head? What are you?
A fool who paid the ultimate price for ambition. But I would see none fall as I did. You must leave. The book before you is cursed, as are its 2 siblings. Can't you hear it call to you?
I can only hear you.
Then perhaps you're strong enough to resist their call. If you find them and bring them to the shrine, you might finish what I could not. Please, I beseech you. The books are a darkness that must be erased from the world.
Are they, though? Once again, right? Our immediate reaction is, hey, tell me what I need to do. Why can we not inquire more about the books, right? I mean, maybe throughout the course of the quest we're going to find out more. It's not even necessarily that we can't inquire about them, it's just the way essentially my own dialogue is written here, right? Even 14 gives you more options, even though they never do anything. At least they give you 2 options and feel like you can choose what your character is actually saying. I kind of wish they would do that here as well. Even if it didn't have any impact on the quest in and of itself.
The curse upon each tome is designed to feed souls to oblivion. But if you are able to resist their pull, you can collect the tomes and bring them to the shrine for their destruction.
Where's the shrine?
On the shores of Kanathi's Roost, beyond the town of Mistral. It is lit by an ever-burning flame. Should you collect all the tomes, bring them to the shrine without delay. No matter how strong you believe you are, I fear the tomes are stronger.
Alright, that was a weird one. So first she's telling me to stay away, and then suddenly I'm supposed to collect them? Oh, that's where the book is. I didn't even see that before. Alright. Ritual of Resonance. The soul shriven shriek and writhe in Cold Harbor. The harvester of souls digests them, makes them mutter in despair. They whisper their secrets to the dead winds of oblivion, and those with ears attuned will know them and use them. Gather the implements: a steel needle, nightshade, frost salts, the crushed bone of a sacrificed splintered tooth of a Daedrith. Inscribe the circle, the names and the symbols. Sour of strife, lord of brutality, corner of the house of troubles. Create the tool. Purify the needle over a fire of nightshade. Cool it in frost salts. Place upon it an enchantment of sharpness and 1 weak shock. Prepare the body. Create a draught of bone and tooth and hold it in the mouth. Inscribe the names and symbols on the flesh of the palms. Open the gate. Place the needle in the left ear's entrance. Insert so slowly as barely to move. Worldly sounds make way for the cries and secret dreams of the slaves in Cold Harbor. Wait, isn't Cold Harbor where the game started originally? So the plain of Molag Bal, I think? Maybe? This sounds pretty fucked up, to be honest. Create a draught of bone and tooth and hold it in the mouth. So you're supposed to, like, put the needle in your own ear, right? Yeah, I can...
Harder than expected. Let's see if it was worth it.
Now you die.
Not now, not ever.
Oh, okay. Did one of them try to administer this ritual to the guy that was lying on the ground? Or what? No idea what they were on about, to be honest. Okay. So I can circle between the quests this way, right? But it should still... Because I thought that I had said it. Let's see. So quest tracker is on. Display the quest tracker on the right side of the heads-up display. Quest giver icons off. Compass active quests is on. What does focused mean? Okay, so now when I'm on this quest, there are 2 symbols in my compass, right? And if I switch to the other one, then 2 other symbols appear at different locations depending on the quest that is on. So if I set it to on instead of focused, oh. You know what? I think you need to be close enough, right? Because now you can see, now I'm on the quest with the 2 white things to the right, but it still shows the other quest on the left, but with a dark symbol. If I switch to the other one, it shows the white symbol on the left, so it's not dark, it's white now. But it also shows the other one, so I think that you just need to be close enough, right? Okay. I guess I'm closer to that. Oh yeah, the books are really far away. Okay then, I'm gonna do the other one first. This one. Weird that the books would be all over the place, right? And that's another one of those things. Oh, wormwood, nice. Where the quest with the books, I feel like, especially in a single player game, they would kind of indicate or tell you, hey, by the way, try to go there, try to go here, right? In order for you to know what you have to do and where to go. Hello. Snake. It's just a random snake on the ground. But since it's an MMO, they show you where the quests lead, right? It's a bit of an unfortunate one, to be honest. I think for gameplay flow, it's definitely better that they just show where the quest leads. But at the same time, I feel like they could write more interesting quests if they weren't forced to, or rather, not were forced to, but if they could provide you with quest locations, right? Instead of, or tell you where you need to go instead of just putting it on the compass. That's a bit of a boring option, all things considered. Sugar Belly. A Walker's Guide to Happy Singed Tigers by Asmu Ra. The mind of the singed tiger is like its tail, weaving impossible shapes before pouncing on its prey. If you are that prey, too bad for you, but grab hold of the tail and the singed tiger does exactly as you want, so long as your grip remains firm. In theory, one could lead a singed tiger about by its tail forever, but Asmu Ra does not recommend it. Singes are quite fast, very strong, and entirely capable of holding a grudge. Much better to seize the mind, but how to do this? First, understand that, like Khajiit, the singed tigers have a powerful sweet tooth. They also have fine noses and will track moon sugar down wherever it hides. In pockets, through walls, in the bellies of close friends, anywhere. Fortunately, the singed tiger's appetite for sugar is only so great. By keeping your singed tiger on a steady diet, you can manage its more aggressive desires with more useful pursuits, like rat catching. You need only know how much moon sugar is enough moon sugar. This is where it gets tricky. The Singe sweet tooth waxes and wanes with the moons, starting with the face under which it was born and ending with its lunar opposites. Size is a factor also, as larger Sens require more moon sugar. Some trainers can determine a Singe tiger's appetite for moon sugar by consulting the local 2 moons, but Asmara does not recommend this. A priestess is not always on hand, and keeping both the temple and your Singe supplied with moon sugar is an expensive proposition. Yeah, that sounds like it. Also, Singe tigers grow swiftly. Unless fully grown, their appetites will change. Many would-be trainers have little time to regret a low stock of moon sugar. The resulting carnage is never pretty. Better to keep a stockpile of moon sugar on hand. The Singe eats until sated, and what is left can be used to ice the sweet roll, spice the pudding, or make delectable moon candy. Once full of moon sugar, a Singe tiger wants only 2 things: meat to fill his belly and a sunny place to bask. This makes them suited to guarding fields and hunting game, but this is about all they can do without years of training. Even then, training can only go so far. For example, motivating Singes to pull farming equipment is not recommended. If your Singe tiger should deign to endure the harness, it will still be inclined to chase anything larger than a field mouse that it spots across the fields. Save yourself the trouble of collecting scattered plows. While other trainers have had some success with Watch Singe and Battle Singe, Asmara would strongly discourage training them to eat people unless you are strong and good at fighting. Even then, this one would not recommend it. A Singe tiger's loyalty reaches only so far as its belly, yes? Hopefully this guide helped you avoid being eaten by your favorite Singe tiger. If not, well, Asmara made no promises. Okay. Sure. I suppose since this... No. It's still not in your lore library. That is very, very weird. I thought for sure, since this was glowing, that would tell me that it's now in my library. Are you like a traveling circus or something?
Please join the festivities. My sister, she dances. Nindir plays music from distant lands. Even Hainab plays a wonderful fool. When he stops drinking anyway, which is never.
What brings you here?
Easy salvage. The storms wrecked half a dozen ships just off the coast, and some of them have beached on the shattered shoals.
So suppose she is one of the locals then? Why aren't you out there?
Oh, we would be. But Hainab finds half a keg of Aldmeri brandy, and suddenly it's a new moon's gala. If we don't get out there, someone else will.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they will. I guess they might have been one of the original locals. I thought they would have... I don't know. It sounded as if they were either further away or just very different. Ah, well. Oh.
Can any of you hear me? Where are you?
I'm standing right in front of you.
You there. Have you seen my squad?
Don't know what you mean.
We were all on a little Alkosh, part of the Dominion fleet sailing for Kanathi's Roost. Then a hurricane blew up out of nowhere. Sails tore, hulls cracked, and we were thrown into the ocean. I ended up here. I can't find the rest of my squad.
Did they even survive?
I thought I heard one of them calling out, but the ocean twists up sounds. If they're wounded or pinned down, could you keep an eye out for my soldiers? They answer to Edalus, Onglon, and Nistel. 2 of us can cover more ground.
Sure, I'll help you.
I'm sure my squad made it to shore alive. Dominion Marines constantly defy the sea's attempts to drown us. The hurricanes are another matter. I fear my squad is banged up worse than I am.
What can I do about the wounds? I'm a healer.
Our ship's hold was packed full of an old Bosmer healing remedy. The labels say torchbug treacle, but Marines call it glow juice. The wreck scattered bottles across the beach must be what brought out the aelids.
What are those?
Squat creatures made of teeth, claws, and endless hunger. I've heard their cries up and down the beach since I came to. Their sweet tooth is bigger than their walnut brains. I saw one of the stupid things swallow a whole bottle of blow juice.
Well, if I see any, I'll bring Torchbuck Treacle to your squad.
Good luck. Do me a favor. If you find them before I do, tell them the ocean hasn't killed me yet.
Sure. Oh, it then also apparently immediately switches over to this quest. Well, that's fine. I mean... Hello. Oh, I haven't done this yet. Or maybe I have. Oh, that was the healing thing, right? Wait, was it? Yeah, this heals myself, correct? Oh wait, I'm supposed to give that to her? No. Shattered shoals discovered. Something's glowing. That, oh yeah, that's a player. Oh, and that's just the ship. That player reminded me of 14 for a second, because I think that looks like a female that's just wearing a bikini. Had not really expected that here, but, you know. Don't really have anything against it. Hi.
Who are you? Were you part of the fleet?
He's literally like 50 meters away from her, right? If he had just called out, she would have easily heard him. Your sergeant sent me to find you.
Alive? Good. That's good. Wave smashed me against the ship. Cracked a few ribs. Not the best feeling.
She said the Torchbuck Treacle would help.
Tastes like sandals boiled in mint perfume. But if it knits my ribs, I'll drink the whole bottle.
Why do you know what sandals boiled in mint perfume might taste like? Anyway, I don't want to know. I'll look for the rest.
I'll find Sergeant Firion. Go. Get them back safe.
Alright. Do I need more bottles for the others? Probably, right? Hello. Ooh. The hell is this? Stone was pulled from the gullet of a slain Alad. 250 gold? Nice. Oh, they also have that stuff in their bellies. Oh yeah, she said that, right? The rest of the guys is up here somewhere? I'm just looking if I can find maybe another treasure chest, but so far it doesn't really look like it, I think. Hey.
I lost a lot of friends in that storm. Give me some good news.
That's also such a weird line to start with, right? It's such a video game line. I lost a lot of friends in that storm. Without even knowing if we know about the storm, who we are, where we came from, why we're even here. Whatever.
I saw her swept overboard in that damn storm. Held on to the rigging long as I could, but it tore the skin off my palms. If I can't hold a weapon, I'm useless to my squad. Do you have any bandages? I lost my kit to the sea.
Blow juice? Used to think this stuff was only good for practical jokes on snowy days. Once I can heft Spleen Shanker, I'll push through the beach and find Sergeant Firion. How about you?
Spleen Shanker. That's a pretty cool name for your weapon. Bit over the top, maybe.
Hope they appreciate their good fortune when you find them.
I can get inland after I rest. Fight with purpose.
All right. Huh. Rough maple. The fuck was that? That was weird. That is such a weird animation to collect that. Also, for the fishing stuff. Oh wait, so I can use the bait immediately, huh? River bait, foul bait, lake bait. Maybe this works? Oh, how does that work? Because the controller vibrated slightly. I guess it... There we go. Do fish. Alright. That took quite a long time. I mean, not that long. Not that different from fishing in 14. But you don't really do anything, right? You just stand here and wait. You don't really do anything in 14 either, but at least in between you're sometimes using skills and whatnot. Minnow. Wait, lake bait? You can fish? Fish that can also be used as bait, apparently? Alright. Cool. Does this make any sense, by the way? Like, is there a point to using the soul thing when it cannot actually capture the soul? Because I don't know if it increases the skill, even though I'm not properly catching a soul, right? Yeah, I don't think it is. So I can use Soul Trap on enemies, and it's going to have the effect that it describes it, or the way it describes it, but it's not actually going to increase the level of skill because I'm not using it for its actual purpose, right? Hello.
Bless Ifra. I'm glad you came by. Have you seen any other Marines along the beach? She's alive. I suppose that's some luck amidst all this wreckage. Can't say the same for my leg. If I don't put too much weight on it, I can manage a good hobble.
Some of his voice isn't really fit, right? I don't know, expected something else.
Glow juice? By the gods, it just might. Soon as I can stand on my own, I'll head inland.
Found everyone in your squad.
Lieutenant Gellin dragged me out of the water. He'll want to know Sergeant Furion and the rest of the squad are all right. I think he said something about looking for shelter in a nearby cave, but I was still coughing up sand.
All right. And the cave? Oh, it's actually here. Wait, is this a quest that I was supposed to do? For the quote-unquote main quest of the whole place? No, wait, I thought I was supposed to be looking for some pirates or something. Blessed Thizzle. Alright. Oh yeah, right. In terms of the effects, Does it work the same way here where... Craft back. If I go to this stuff, I say retrieve 1. Materials. Discovered trait, restore stamina on blessed thistle. Alright. Yeah, so I do have to eat them, or can eat them rather, in order to discover that stuff. So I need to do that at some point, right? And now I'm proficient in alchemy to some degree. Ask the alchemist to use natural water and grease to make level 3 potions and poisons, and clear water and ichor to make level 10 potions and poisons. Okay. I mean, I do think that I want to be somewhat proficient in alchemy at some point. I just don't want to make it a, you know, something that I'm doing constantly or that's somewhat annoying to do, right? Let's actually learn some effects here, though. Nernroot. There's actually not that much in here, so... Ah, for fuck's sake. Okay, oh, right, this way. Ravage Magicka. Increase spell resist. Restore health. Restore health. Increase weapon power. Ravage health. Increase spell power. Ravage stamina. Trade skill critical. Ravage health. Trade fracture. Breach. Wormwood. And then... So... Right. So now they're here again, right? Okay, perfect. Cool, cool, cool. Interesting that it only increased it by 1. Keen eye reagents. Herbs and fungi in the world will be easier to see when you're 20 meters or closer. Saltwater fishing hole. That ship definitely didn't shipwreck. What is that doing here? Wait, what? Why is there a ship just standing here? Are you the pirates that I was looking for? Or, Quartermaster Oblan?
Cabbage, salted pork, rum. Dear gods. The Prowler will smell like a flux-riddled mammoth if we can't improve her stores.
Cool that you're just telling me that. Yeah, what's this ship doing here exactly? How did you even get here? Well, I guess from that way? Or did they... Wait, did they purposefully somehow put the ship here kind of for storage or something? maybe it somehow survived the storm pretty unscathed, and they're just using it as some sort of storage room thing.
I don't have time for you right now. The Prowler's damaged, and unless we get some help, she'll founder at high tide. You want to help? Talk to Quartermaster Ablan.
I just did. He didn't really tell me that I should help or they needed help.
Cabbage, salted pork, rum.
Okay. Maybe I have to do something else to unlock that. Let's go to the cave we wanted to go to. That's another one of those bit weird thingies, is that sometimes you have a feeling that there's supposed to be quests there, but since you haven't really fulfilled the prerequisite to do them, they're just sort of, I don't know, they're telling you, hey, by the way, we maybe could use some help, but then they don't actually offer for you to help them, right? I don't know. Let's see. Iron Mace of Shock. One-handed. Yeah. Not the biggest fan of maces, I think. Apparently, they had time to light a billion different candles in the meantime. This looks rather weird. Doesn't it? I have a feeling this quest was or is not what I was expecting. Giant snake? Why would they have wanted to go into this cave? Achievement unlocked, Regulus Harvester. Wait, does it not show new achievements either? That's strange. Wait, don't you sometimes get something for the achievements? Maybe not. Or can I just... Oh, I can scroll to the top. Harvest your first unit of Regulus. Oh yeah, they do. Dye Bugless Blue. So some achievements unlock dyes for you, I think. It's actually a pretty cool thing. Okay, seriously though, what's up with these snakes? Should I just... Let's just do this. You don't see me. Oh, there you are. What the fuck happened? Why would you go further into this cave? Maybe I should have looked at what Regulus is even supposed to be, but alright. Does the snake see me? I don't think it does. Tied to a bloodstained post is the body of a wood elf marine. He appears to have died recently. Oh wait, is this the... I think this is another one, right? That's not the girl we talked to. Well, clearly not. Examine the corpse. The armor bears the insignia of an Altmeri Dominion Marine lieutenant. His corpse is soaked in blood as if from many shallow cuts. Greenish foam mingles in the smeared blood. The cuts on the lieutenant's body formed strange but repetitive patterns. His blood was smeared across the uncut portions of skin to create wave-like symbols. The exact cause of his death is unclear. Okay. What the fuck happened here? He wasn't killed by the snakes specifically, right? Somebody must have tied him to the post and then tortured him with snake venom? Oh, hello, a book. Bolga's Guide to Island Beasts. Beasts from all over Tamriel come here on trade ships. Those that find killing easy call this island home. From weak to strong, Bolga tells you where to find them, how to best them, whether they are good for eating. Skeevers. Big rats from up north. Pack romas, meat is good for stew, very stringy. Live in burrows on the sand. Camping on beach, bad idea. Water comes up in skeevers with it. Better to camp on rocks, solid ground. Jump like tiny tigers. Sometimes spit about. You think they're running, do not be fooled. You wonder why Bolga has only one hand? This is why. Stand firm, ready a shield if you have one, to keep both your hands. Allets. Mouths on legs. Eat anything they wrap their teeth around. Go anywhere their legs carry them. Meat is tough, gamey, sometimes poison. Solitary. Tend toward easy prey like sheep. Enough in one place, they raid thunderbug nests. Allet attack with bites, but feet are more deadly. If one crouches, get your guard up. They are high jumpers. Thunderbugs. Keep to themselves, nest in soft dirt near trees and under ridges. Lay eggs and guard them from anything that gets near. Eggs are sweet and tingly going down. Get their name from the shock you get when they bite you. They can also shock from a distance. If one tries it, punch it in the head until it stops. Okay, cool. Some bugs bigger than others. Spit tiny shock balls and call thunder from the sky. Bolga suggests avoiding these. You cannot fight the weather. Giant snake, hard to find. Occasionally eat small boats. Really. Find one swimming, make for land. If it catches you, it will drag you under. Bolga has only fought one on land. When it was close to death, it coiled up. Its wounds started to close. When Bolga saw this, she ran and did not look back. Suggest you do the same. Ooh. Huh. Wait, so maybe they're not venomous, but can instead heal wounds. But then again, somebody must have tied him to this pole, right? Because that made it sound as if maybe the, like, not poison, but the slime or whatever he had on his wounds or on his body might have been put on him to heal him, not kill him. Ah, well, anyways, let's talk to her.
Turns out my squad were the ones who found me. Ever consider a career as a Dominion Marine? You'd make quite a scout. My squad said you were looking for Lieutenant Gellin. Have you found him?
Sadly, only his body.
What do you mean?
Looked like he was killed in some kind of ritual.
First, a hurricane blows out of nowhere and destroys our fleet. Then, an able-bodied Dominion Marine is captured and tortured to death. What else was in that cave?
That actually does sound strange, right? Almost as if maybe... Huh. I wonder if the fleet was somehow led astray. Like, technically, someone could have conjured up a storm, right? To, well, shipwreck them. And maybe they then picked off whoever they thought might have information and tortured them. Lots of bones, candlesnakes, wooden posts.
Some kind of sacrifice? This is too big for my squad to handle. We need reinforcements. Nistel spotted a beached ship nearby. It looks intact, and she spotted Dominion sailors aboard.
Yeah, I already walked by those guys. I just sneaked into that cave and came out, you know, without any problem. You are 4 people. There's only 3 snakes in there. Well, I guess that's still technically fairly dangerous, but what are you going to do?
We need to combine our forces and find who murdered Lieutenant Gellin. My squad and I need to pull his body out of that damn cave. Would you warn the sailors on that beach ship? They need to know it's not safe to wander around.
Sure. Okay, so I guess they do go into the cave. I'll warn them.
Wait. Take this. I found some glow juice while I was looking for my squad, but they're on the mend. You'll get used to the taste. We'll be along shortly. Watch yourself.
Okay, cool. Let's warn the others. It's interesting then that we have the small snakes slithering all over the place. Yeah, see, now we're here, right? Which is... It's unfortunate because I feel like in most single-player RPGs, it wouldn't have mattered if you'd have talked to these guys first, right? There would have been 2 different approaches, essentially. One way you can talk to these first, and then you can just tell the others, oh yeah, I've already talked to them, right? They're fine, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But since this is an MMO, they want you to do this in a very structured way, which I don't necessarily mind, but it is, you know, it just leaves this weird feeling of it not being a complete immersive experience. Although I do realize that that's maybe a bit much to ask in a couple of places. Anyways, let's talk to the guy.
You aren't a slick-arsed sea viper or a cabbage-mouthed castaway. State your business with the crew of the Prowler.
Also, I think the bigger issue actually is he could have just told me to, you know, go away. Like, I'm not interested in you. We have work to do. Like, piss off, right? If he had said that, it would have made way more sense. But instead, you arrive here. He's just spouting some random sentence that doesn't really make any sense. Considering that he's talking to a complete stranger that just walked up to him, right? Now he's making way more sense in what he's saying. But, The Dominion Marine was killed in a nearby cave.
The hurricane killed hundreds of Marines. Why does it matter if one of them died in the cave?
He was murdered in some kind of ritual. The squad needs reinforcements.
Oh. Well, the Prowler is like a hen in a wolf den until she's seaworthy again. Maybe your Marines can prove they're more than 2-legged cargo and shiny armor. If they pitch in, I'll consider reinforcements. Are they up for it? Or are they all talk?
I'll go ask them.
And I'm sure they'll be as useful as they were in the hurricane. Should they care to prove otherwise, they're welcome to do actual work patching leaks in the Prowler's hold. Maybe they can locate the replacement helmsman's wheel in all this wreckage.
Interesting that apparently the sailors aren't really that keen to, you know, I guess, sailor around all the soldiers. And I can see that they wouldn't really be all that useful on a ship while they're not fighting.
Oh,
let's find that
and
wheel.
Our Sunsighter. It must have fallen overboard when we beached. Our lookout saw those skink-fingered pirates make off with it. You'll have to get the Sunsighter back, any way you can.
All right.
Sure, talking's easier than working. Well, ask.
Talking's easier than working. Well, I have to ask about the stuff you are asking me to retrieve, good sir. How else am I supposed to know what I'm even looking for? What the hell is a Sunsighter?
Captain Jimala uses it to navigate. I could tell you how the sun and stars show the ship's exact position, but none of it matters while it's in the Sea Viper's hands.
Who are those Sea Vipers?
Barnacles on the arse. They're all sea elves. Malmer, they call themselves. Nothing more than pirates, if you ask me. Some say they have a connection to the water itself, but it's a lie. Anyone can learn weather magic like they do.
Okay. Tell me about the Prowler.
The pride of the long coast. We'll sail for the Dominion as long as they pay us to raid enemy shipping.
Okay. And who's in charge?
Captain Jimala took over the Prowler a few years ago. She's smart, cunning, and deadly dangerous when provoked. She's also luckier than anyone I served. Every ship in the fleet smashed to flinders on Kenarthy's Roost. Every ship but the Prowler.
That is actually pretty impressive. And considering how he just described what they're doing, they're kind of like pirates, right? But I don't want to ask that because, well, it would be pretty, you know, not good for our relationship. Let's put it that way. Who the hell are you? It's like an endgame character, right? Whoa, holy shit, there's a lot of people here. Oh, wait, that's... Guys, we helped. Alright.
These aren't Dominion sailors. They're privateers. Just our luck.
Oh. So that's where they're not really keen to, like, ship the soldiers around. Because they don't technically belong to the Dominion, and so they probably consider themselves better than the others, right? Which I guess they've proven they kind of are, but Quartermaster Blonde promised reinforcements when the Prowler is repaired.
We'll show that old sea cat what Dominion Marines can do.
There are leaks on the Prowler that need patching.
Nustella's is good with a mallet as she is with her sword. I can have her patch the Prowler's leaks.
Yeah, let her do that.
She'll have those leaks fixed in no time. What else?
They need a replacement helmsman's wheel.
Edalus is the best scrounger in the regiment. If you want, I can send him out to look for a helmsman's wheel.
Right, nice.
He's on his way. Anything else we can do?
They're looking for a Sunsider.
Onglorn is our best tracker. He can recover the Sunsider in no time.
All right.
I almost pity the Sea Viper who's holding on to the Sunsider. Onglorn will recover it soon enough. What else needs doing?
Nothing left to do.
It's time for that mangy privateer to make good on his promise. Maybe you should do the talking. I'll just rub it in.
That's something that I didn't expect. I was pretty certain that I would have had to do one of those things myself. I like this turn of events. Who is that?
Finish repairs by high tide.
Sea Viper Marine? What the fuck are you doing here? Oh, there's a bunch of them here. I didn't even realize that they were so close. Huh. Alright. Hope that helped. Me killing the guy.
That was fast. Alright. There's room on the Prowler for your Marine friends. As long as they work for their meals.
You promised reinforcements.
I said I'd consider it. Captain Jimala is the only one who can make that call.
What does your captain say?
Something you'll want to hear. You just made the Prowler seaworthy. And Captain Jimala always pays her debts. Go talk to her. She only bites if you give her good reason.
Well, I hope she does the thing we asked for. Because otherwise this would have been a pretty shitty deal. Where the hell are you?
Due to your efforts, the Prowler is free to sail once the tide comes in. Those Marines did their part as well. I have no reinforcements, but I offer something better. I know who's killing the Dominion soldiers, and I know how to stop it.
Well then. Intel is always good. What do you mean?
Our lookout watched the Sea Vipers drag a Dominion Marine into a cave. Later, he saw your friends remove the Marine's body. If we weren't so short-handed, I'd have ordered his rescue. But 3 of my own crew were missing.
Wait, what? Our lookout watched the Sea Vipers drag a Dominion Marine into a cave. Later, he saw your friends remove the Marine's body. Oh, wait. They already went into the cave and retrieved the body? What happened to your crew?
Before we understood the danger, I sent my crew to scavenge among the shoals so we might repair the Prowler. We thought they disappeared, but one just returned, and she tells a harrowing tale. The Sea Vipers happened. Now there's a new storm brewing, and I fear they're the cause of it. Mustangui recovers below. Hear what she has to say for yourself.
I feel like they can potentially manipulate the weather a bit more than we were led to believe. So these pirates might be the cause for all the shipwrecks then. Ooh, hello. That's very pretty. Huh. It's a very pretty ship in general. Wow. Definitely worthy. 200 increased to 4. Nice. The legendary Sancretor, first edition. I do remember that from Oblivion. That is, what are they called? Elite? Or something? The old people, that lived in Cyrodiil, for large parts of the world, actually. Sancretor is a dungeon, or rather a thing you can visit and go into. I think it's even part of the main quest in Oblivion. I think you're recovering like an armor from there or something. That might be something else, but yeah. Anyways, I do remember the name. During the Skyrim conquest, First Era 240 to 415, ambitious Highland earls, envious of the conquests and wealth of their northern cousins in High Rock and Morrowind, looked south over the ramparts of the Jarl Mountains for their opportunities. The Jarl Mountains proved to be too great a barrier, and northern Cyrodiil too poor a price, to roar at full-scale Nord invasions. However, Alessia hired many ambitious Nord and Breton war bands as mercenaries, with the promises of rich lands and trade concessions. Once settled among the victorious Alessian Cyrodiils, the Nord and Breton warriors and battle mages were quickly assimilated into the comfortable and prosperous Nebanese culture. Alessia received the divine inspiration for her slave rebellion in Sancretor, and here she founded her holy city. Sancretor's mines provided some wealth, but the poor soils and harsh climate of the remote mountainside meant it must be supplied with food and goods from the heartlands. Further, located on one of the few passes through the Jarls, its fortunes were subject to the instability of relations with Skyrim. When relations were good with Skyrim, it prospered through trade and alliance. When relations were bad, it was vulnerable to siege and occupation by the Nords. With the decline of the Alessian Order, circa First Era 2321, the seat of religious rule of Cyrodiil moved south to the Imperial City, but Sancretor remained a mountain fortress and major religious center. Alessian historians asserted that Sancretor was magically concealed and defended by the gods. Records of Sancretor's repeated defeats and occupations by northern invaders give the lie to this assertion. The entrance to the citadel was indeed concealed by sorcery, and the citadel and its labyrinthine subterranean complex were defended by magical traps and illusions, but their secrets were betrayed to besieging Nords by the Breton enchanters who crafted them. One enduring feature of the legend of Sancretor is the ancient tombs of the Roman emperors. Following the defeat of the first Akaviri invaders, Sancretor enjoyed a brief resurgence of wealth and culture under Roman Cyrodiil and his descendants, Roman II and Roman III. Tracing his ancestry to Saint Alessia and following the tradition that Saint Alessia was buried in the catacombs beneath Sancretor, Roman built splendid funerary precincts in the depth of the ancient citadel underpassages. Here, the last Roman emperor, Roman III, was buried in his tomb with the Amulet of Kings. Sancretor has lain in ruins since the middle of the Second Age, and the surrounding region is virtually uninhabited. Now, all communications with the north are through the passes at Corol and Bruma, and Sancretor's citadel and underpassages have become the refuge of various savage goblin tribes. Editorial note: there is a competing tradition that Saint Alessia is buried on the site of the Temple of the One in the Imperial City. The actual resting place of Saint Alessia is unknown. I do find that really, really cool, right? Because that's sort of the greater lore of the Elder Scrolls world, which is, well, as I mentioned, that book references events, or rather places, that do play kind of a major role in this case, the main quest of Oblivion, because the... can I get that together? So, the king is murdered at the start of Oblivion, right? And the main quest then becomes the search for his bastard son, essentially. But at some point, you need blood of, I think it was blood, of the dynasty of the king, right? For something. I don't remember what it was. But, I think that might have been the quest of Sancretor, where there is a essentially an old king's armor behind magical fortifications within the dungeon itself, or within the former city, right? And you need to go there and you need to deactivate the defenses and then scrape like old blood of the armor or something. I don't really remember it, but it was something like that. Holy shit, I love this ship. Wow. This looks really, really good and really comfortable as well. What's going on with you?
Land. Have we reached land?
Yeah.
But the room still spins. Why did I board this accursed ship?
Well, why did you?
The Prowler needed a cook, so I volunteered. First time to travel by sea. Thought all the water would be like the marshes back home. But now even the smell of food. Oh, gods.
Oh boy, I do feel sorry for you. That must be incredibly hard. Being seasick is one thing, but being seasick and being the cook of the ship, it's a bit of a different struggle. Hey, another bookshelf. Ooh. Johnny Brett's Last Dance. Oh yeah, by the way, why did that book about Sancretor increase our heavy... Was it heavy armor? Or was it two-handed? That was a bit weird, wasn't it? Because it wasn't really related to anything that you found in the book. Women's verse 1. Every winter season, except for the reason of one war or another, really quite a bother, the Queen of Rimmon and her consort request their vassals come and covet. On each and every ball, the first man at the hall is Lord Ogun, Jornibret of Gare. The curse of all the maidens fair. Women's refrain. Oh dear ladies beware, dearest, dearest ladies take care. Though he's a very handsome man, if you dare to take his handsome hand, the nasty little spell will be cast, and your first dance with him will be the last. At the social event, everyone who went knew the bows and stances and steps to all the dances. The Queen of Rimmon and her consort would order trumpets will report, and there could be no indecision as the revelers took position. The first dance only ladies separate away from such men as Lord Jornibret. Oh dear fellows, explain. Brothers, can you help make it plain? The man's been doing this for years, leaving maidens fair in tears. Before the final tune's been blast, and the first dance with him will be the last. Lord Organ Jornibret of Gare watched the ladies dance on air. The loveliest in the realm, a fellow in an ursine high helm, said the Queen of Rimmon and her consort have put together quite a sport. Which lady fair do you prefer? Lord Jornibret pointed her. See that bosom bob and weave, well suited for me to love and leave. Oh boy. The man in the mask of a bear had left the Lord of Gare before the ladies' dance was ending, then a trumpet sounded, portending that the Queen of Rimmon and her consort called for the man to come to court. Disdainful passing over all the rest, Ogun approached she of bobbing breast. She was rejected, saved a life of woe for new maiden as fair as snow. At the first note of the band, the beauty took Ogun's hand. She complimented his stately carriage, dancing to the tune about the marriage. With the Queen of Rimmon and her consort, it is very difficult indeed to comport, with grace neither falling nor flailing, wearing ornate hide and leather mailing. Dancing light is the sweetest of dreams without a single squeak of the seams. The rhythms rose and fell, no one dancing could excel. With masculine grace and syncopation, Lord Johnny-Bread even drew admiration from the Queen of Women and her consort. Like a boat's vessel pulling into port, he silently slid, belying the leather's weight. She whispered girlishly, "The hour is late. But I've never seen such grace and hide armor." 'Twas a pity he knew he had to harm her. The tune beat was furious, he began to be curious. Where had the maiden been sequestered? Before the dance was requested by the consort and his Queen of Women, I didn't see you dance with the women. My dress was torn as I came to the dance, she said, smiling in a voice deep as a man's. My maids worked quickly to repair, while I wore a suit of hide, a helm of bear. That's a pretty cool song, not gonna lie.
The sea vipers are insane! They're trying to create another hurricane!
Why is that rhyming as well after you've... Has she written that? Oh, well, whatever. Another hurricane, what do you mean?
Sir Verkvild and I were scavenging for a replacement helmsman's wheel when the sea vipers ambushed us. They brought us to the island with the beached Dominion flagship. They'd done things there. Terrible things.
Well, what have they done?
Those filthy Maormer dragged my mates up and tied them to these serpent-shaped statues. Then they started chanting, and lightning surrounded them. That's when the storm began to form around the island.
Ooh. So they have to sacrifice people to create the storm? That's interesting. Sea Vipers created the storm?
Yes, I'm sure of it. It was a terrible sight. The sea vipers were so caught up in the ritual, I slipped free. I tried to grab Sir, but the lightning held him fast. Then one of the sea vipers yanked at him. I saw the Maormer's wrist glow. The Maormer wore lodestones on their wrists. It let them ignore those lightning bonds, but I couldn't find any more, so I jumped off the ship and swam for it. Please, don't let them sacrifice my crewmates.
Okay. Sounds pretty bad. This is a pretty long quest, by the way, which I do like. He goes places. It's not just, oh yeah, rescue my compatriots or whatever. We're actually, you are very, very close to the enemy there.
Don't let those mud crabs get into the hold.
Oh, holy fuck.
Just do your own work, Bakikja.
Huh. They're actually still creating a storm. Did not expect that at all. Hey, buddy. Oh, whoops. That was not what I wanted to press. Oh. Hey, that was easy. Alright, we were supposed to take something from them. So they are all wearing those, I suppose, because they have to, in order to not be hit by the storm. Interesting. How do I get there? I mean, I can swim, but I feel like there might be a land path. Or maybe not. Why is there so many of them around? Holy shit. Or I guess I'm just swimming. I don't remember if there was some sort of mechanic that makes it so you can swim indefinitely. I don't think that's ever been a thing in Elder Scrolls, though. Hello. Level 4. Let's deal with this first, though. No idea what he was doing there, but it looked impressive. Let's grab that real quick. That might be on the ship though, right? How do I get up there? Boom! There we go. Cheek loss. Let's try to free the others first. Does that even work, or do I need to kill the guy first?
Those sea vipers are insane!
Don't get yourself killed. He's just running off? What the hell? Can he just, like, run through all of this, or... Where'd they go? Oh, for fuck's sake! Huh. Weren't they here like a second ago?
They won't kill me today!
Suddenly everything's a lot calmer and just in general super, like, peaceful and everything. Wait, that was weird though. I guess I would have had to fight her right away instead of... But this was a lot easier to just free them instead of fighting. Not that the fight would have necessarily been complicated, but... Dread Halcyon. Let's see if there's anything of interest in here. I guess they're kind of a cult everywhere, these pirates. Spider. Let's make a screenshot of that. There's a bunch of spiders here. Did they actually travel like this? I don't know. This seems a bit weird for a ship, to be honest. I had kind of hoped to find like a cool treasure chest here. You know, something kind of unique, an actual reward for doing all this, but apparently not. I mean, there's a bunch of barrels, but that's about it. Couple cute Spideys. Oh, you came back quickly. Boom. Does look pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. They're, the way they're falling over. Yeah. It's probably as good a point as any to claim my level 4 shit. Level up rewards. Tip, how to enchant. Open inventory, select the appropriate apparel, and navigate to the item you'd like to enchant. Choose actions and select enchant to apply the glyph. Trifling glyph of health. Okay. Choose one. Oh. Okay. This is a tutorial? Can I not compare them? Wait, they're all the exact same thing. Oh, no, never mind. I'm an idiot. On the left is what I'm choosing, and on the right is the thing that I've currently equipped, which I'm going to keep anyways because it has the additional effect. So I'm just going to sell these then. Alright. That's so dumb that you're... What? Am I clapping for myself because I leveled up? Sure. I mean, I'm just gonna get more health because I don't know what else to get right now. Should probably get a two-handed skill then, right? Unless... let's see. I feel like I can get a bunch of things. The alchemy trait isn't too useful right now. I think I should just get more basic stuff first. What was this again? Sneak? Yeah, no. Oh, Windwalker I think is new. Increase your stamina recovery by 2% for each piece of medium armor. Reduce the stamina cost of your abilities. Stamina hasn't really been a problem for me though, right? At least I don't think so. Rend the flesh. That was healing you or an ally in front of you. Expunge. Embrace the power of death, removing up to 2 negative effects from yourself. While slaughtered, the cost of all your abilities are reduced by 3. I mean, the only negative effects that I've seen so far haven't really lasted all that long, so yeah, I don't know how useful this really is, to be honest. At least at this point in time. Wrap yourself in hardened bone, granting you major resolve, increasing physical resistance and spell resistance. Creates a corpse when the effect completes. I might want to have that eventually. I don't really get the skills advisor. Wouldn't there have to be like different, I don't know, different things they'd advise for different, or is it based on my raise or something? Anyways, I'm gonna get the, let's see, launch across the earth and smash an enemy dealing physical damage. This attack is always a critical strike. Oh, right, that's sort of a rush ability. That's really, really cool. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get that. And assign it to triangle, because that's where the other one was first. That's really cool. I do remember using that, I think, or at least something similar. Sort of a rush ability. It's always really cool. All right. Oh wait, there's a sky shot somewhere? Where? Shows it on the map. Ah, there it is. Oh, that effect gets rendered very late. What the fuck? That should have been shown much earlier than that. Cool. One more and I can get a skill point. Oh, that's just the fishing hole. That's the Prowler. There's a bunch of islands here. So much space. Is there anything really happening? I feel like. I mean, that's not a bad thing. Makes the world feel bigger than it is, maybe. Or maybe it's actually big. Well, I was already standing next to her, but... whatever. The interesting part is you don't actually have to charge for too long. You can just briefly hold R2 and it'll still knock them down. I think they'll probably receive less damage, but the knockdown effect is the same, which is pretty cool. Hardwood. Oh, there she is. Hi.
Sur and Werkveld returned just after the skies cleared up. They're a bit damp, but otherwise all right. My lookout says I have you to thank.
By the way, I just remembered something that somehow I didn't even really make the connection, or rather, well, it's not that I didn't make the connection, but rather that I just didn't remember. The guy they caught, right, that's creating the small storm cloud in the camp with all the shipwreck folks. I guess he also must have been from these pirates. Well, he was. They told us that. I don't know. I somehow didn't really make the connection or didn't remember that. Yeah, obviously he's able to do that because that's what they do. They create these storm clouds, right? It's just that this one was much bigger, obviously, than the one created by the person that's currently being held captive.
Then we'll finish repairs and shove off at high tide. Oh, your marine friends fended off sea vipers while you rescued my crew. They're welcome aboard, as long as they want. Perhaps we'll see you at Mistral. You'll always have a place on the Prowler.
Mistral? So that's where you're going, right? Okay. Broadhead shield. I don't really need that, right? Shattered Shoals. You stopped the Sea Viper ritual and rescued the Prowler. Are the pirates still here, though? No. That's always what I like the most about Elder Scrolls Online, is that they actually have the world react to what you're doing. It's somewhat of a simple effect, like it's really not super in-depth, but it works pretty well, all things considered. Like it's really, really cool in a lot of ways. Because what I always find to be, well, it doesn't really matter too much in a game like 14, because, well,
Get me some more tar, will you?
The way 14 is designed, right? At some point, the mobs on the overworld don't really interest you anyways. They just sort of exist. They don't really serve that much of a purpose. But with Elder Scrolls Online, I always found that really, really cool, that you can literally bring peace to a lot of regions on the map, because all the enemies will disappear once you've, completed a quest line or something. That's really, really awesome. Such a cool idea, and overall, pretty well done. think I found something else that I don't know the effect of quite yet. Yeah, the mountain flower. Let's retrieve that. Oh, with the insects I could actually get more fish. Okay. Regulus. Used on crafting metal furniture. Alright. I still can't get over the freaking fact that this is... like... having the Plus subscription completely eliminates any and all inventory concerns. That is such a weird thing. I do still wonder though, because typically these things would be stored in your bank. How exactly does that work? Considering that, like, what happens when your subscription expires? Right? What a weird thing. Magica recovery, sure. Probably shouldn't forget this, right? Are the other effects still active?
Sewers inside, if you need help.
I know what I'm doing.
Okay, I have a glyph. Trifling glyph of health. Can I... how would that work? So this would have had health as well, but it doesn't look that great. What if I say enchant? Enchant? Oh. It's just on the armor now. Huh. Interesting. I would have thought that that's more complicated, or would have required some sort of enchanting table, maybe? Interesting that it just works like that. Use to read contents. Ritual of Resonance. Wait, what? Oh. Right. I have to find 3 books. I was like, what? Why is this book considered a quest item? But yeah, I have to find 3 books. I already forgot about that, because this quest line was fairly long, actually. It wasn't even a quest line, it was just one quest. So I forgot about the rest. Oh, right, one other thing that I wanted to check. Since this had charges and it deals frost damage. Where does it say how many enchantments it still has left? Or charges? Charge? I don't know. Well, anyways, I think this was a good first look back into Elder Scrolls Online. Let's find like a cool... No, actually it looks better from above. Oh, let's stay here. That looks nice. Yeah, I thought it was a cool first look back. The one major difference, and the thing that's actually already worth... Well,
more wood for the cook fires, Captain!
Yeah. Collect that wood. It's not worth paying a subscription, obviously, just for the inventory benefits. The thing is, playing the game without it is a pretty bad experience, at least for me, right? For my own enjoyment of what a game is supposed to be and how you're supposed to be playing it, and also with the way the game is designed. I feel like it's not that fun if you have to constantly consider your inventory size and putting those items onto your bank. It's not even just about not being able to store them at all, but the fact that you frequently have to run to your bank later on to just store a bunch of items that you find instead of being able to just run around the world and do quests and do what you want, right? And enjoy playing the game. which is weird, right? Obviously, that's not going to be the same case for every person, but for me personally, that kind of means that either I'm actually willing to pay the subscription cost for this game, or I'm not going to play it. So I will have to say, or I will have to see how, well, joyful it's going to be, how I actually like it, how much further I will actually progress through the game, and see whether or not I have the time also, right? And then gauge whether or not keeping the subscription is worth it. It might be this instance of jumping back here and there, and just continue playing whenever I want to. Though obviously having to pay for at least a month is somewhat of a big constraint, right? Because, well, it is money you could spend on other things. But yeah, I mean, it is fun. I've always enjoyed the game. It's just, it's a bit weird how they chose to make the whole subscription thing. Because I think it makes absolute sense that they're saying, all right, with the subscription, you just gain access to everything there is, and without it, you have to purchase it individually. That's cool. I don't mind that, right? That's, I think, a pretty good model overall. And again, the fact that you get other things with the subscription, for example, that you're able to buy stuff off the Crown Store every month, even though that's not interesting for me, it might be for other people. And there might be other benefits that they could come up with, right? I don't know. It's just that this, like, crafting material thing in particular, it's not that, you know, it's you know, an incentive to buy the subscription, but in reverse, just it de-incentivizes, is that the right word? Playing the game at all if you're not willing to subscribe, which is very, very unfortunate in my opinion. Because it's a good game. I mean, it might not be for everybody, it's not great, but it's good. And it's Elder Scrolls if you're interested in that, right? Since we haven't really gotten a new one in, what has it been, 13 years now? Something like that? So the fact that this exists and adds new content all the time still, you know, if you do want to dive back into this world, it's a pretty cool deal. Anyways, though, that's going to be it for today. I will try to stream a bit more again, and we'll probably go back to Demon Souls on Thursday, or we might be playing this a bit more. It might be that I return to this on Friday, though. We'll see. It was fun. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to continuing. I wonder where this leads. I feel like we're going to help these guys with the shipwrecks, right? And then probably is going to lead into us getting to the main sort of area where the Altmeri Dominion is planning their whatever they do from, right? So that's going to be interesting. But yeah, that's it. And thanks for watching. Maybe I'll see you the next time. I hope you have a great rest of your evening, night, morning, day, wherever you are. Bye-bye!